Big Blunts and Boxer. The only dude in the chat. What is going on, brother? How you feeling, man? So hit that like button on the way for the OG on the way in. Hope this game, the basketball game was a success for your son today. Oh, it was, man. Yeah, he balled out. They balled. They split games though, so you know everything was good. He got in there, he got out healthy, and all that good stuff. So you know it's all good. It's all good. What's going on with you, partner? I had to do the show today. I couldn't do it this morning. Sorry, I still got some we call it Doritos in my teeth. But I had to do it, man. I had to get on here, man. I had to get on here, man. I had to get on here, man. Reading all my comments about this, man. Y'all got to stop being stupid. Okay? Y'all got to stop being stupid, bro. Stupid. Stop believing stupid shit. Dog, I want to know why the same guy can be wrong 3 times in a row, and every time he says something, it's law. like Mike Coppinger has been wrong time after time. Every time I tell y'all that he's wrong, oh, you just hating, you say this, you saying this, man. Oh, yeah. I appreciate your replay earlier. Sufanan, appreciate your replay earlier. Your reply earlier. Look, let me tell you something, Carnado. I'm going to respond to you. I don't mind responding to you, brother. But look, your question, I told you that Mike Coppinger was wrong when Mike Coppinger said the fight was done. All material terms had been agreed to, and that they were targeting November 19th. I said that was wrong. And the reason I said it was wrong is because I didn't know what he meant by material terms. Do you remember that? It was literally 2 weeks ago. Hey, Herbert Johnson in the building. Thank you, brother, man. What? Hey, man, thank you for the love, bro. What up, Fanon? Blessings just made my day. Let's go. Been waiting on this. Everybody dashing on the PBC. But Bud is a common denominator in all of this. He didn't have problems with Top Rank not making fights. Let me tell you something, man. First and foremost, bro. When did Al Heyman ever get... Raven said, Bud signed. What's the holdup? Spence, damn aerosexuals. No, dumbass, Mr. Raven. No, dumbass. Obviously, he didn't sign because he's still trying to negotiate, bro. Oh, it's coming through the... Hey, thank you. Good looking out. My bad. Good looking out. No, it was coming through the computer. Boy, I'm about to light y'all asses up today. Man, y'all hit that like. Because y'all ain't this stupid. Ain't nobody this stupid. Y'all ain't this stupid. I don't care what they say. Y'all ain't. I don't care what everybody else says about you. Y'all ain't this stupid. There you go. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, I got it set now. All right, cool. So watch. First of all, Carnado out of news. I told you that that the last time Mike Coppinger said something, he was wrong. I told you. Whole bunch of people in my chat talking about how, oh, you just a hater because Bud signed, Bud agreed to everything. They just waiting on Errol to sign. Dude, let me tell you, partner. Last time, what I just heard was that they were not waiting on Errol to sign. They were waiting on him to give him approval of expenses. And that, my friend, is a material term, bro. So you ask me, why shouldn't I believe Mike Coppinger? I didn't believe Mike Coppinger last time, and I didn't go wrong. I think that I might not go wrong. I might think that I might not go wrong by not believing him this time. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? Robin Soto in the building. Keep up that work, bro. He said, what's good, brother? Got me tripping. You were pretty late today. What you think about the video I sent you? Much love and respect. I love it, man. I love it. Keep working, bro. Don't be afraid of those comments, though. Don't be afraid of the comments, partner. Activate your comments. You have your comments deactivated. Let them people comment, man. If they say something crazy, delete the comment. That's as far as what you put up there, just keep doing more. Don't do one, just do them every time. Put them up there and just keep doing it. I liked them a lot, bro. But I will tell you this. Allow people to comment. But if they give you a comment that you don't like, delete it immediately. Just be like, oh, he's insulting me. Delete. That's what I would say, bro. But I like that a lot, brother. What's going on? It said Mike Hardin said, for now, what's good? Caught me off guard with the live. Oh, yeah. I had to do it, brother, because I couldn't sit out on all day on this, man. I heard, let me tell you something, man. You gotta pick a story, bud. You gotta pick a story, bud. Either you're waiting to get approval for either you're waiting for them to agree to give you approval over expenses, or you are waiting for them to sign. One or the other. Which is it? Bud being a diva, it's a diva demand. It is. You don't add, dude, shit is stupid. Dude, that shit is stupid. I mean, I don't know what I can say. Yeah, you got me cussing today, but that shit is stupid. Like, you don't need that. Why do you need approval of expenses? You don't need approval of expenses. Get paid out of the gross. Why would they have a problem paying you out of the gross as long as you reduce the amount, you reduce your percentage a little bit? That shit doesn't even make them any different. Of course you blame Al, because they're all trying to blame Al. All trying to blame Al. I think Al Heyman is, man, you guys have been talking bad about Al Heyman for years. Every time y'all talk about what Al Heyman does, I want to tell y'all, stop lying. You ain't never talked to that man. That man ain't ever said a word. You've not heard that man say a word. You have never heard of anybody saying he tried to rip him off before, but now Bud pops up. All of a sudden, Al Heyman is a ripoff artist. All of a sudden. This man has been cutting deals with people. The one person you have never heard in boxing about them taking advantage of another fighter was Al Heyman. His reputation with fighters and paying fighters and being fair to fighters is impeccable. But all of a sudden, he's out here trying to commit highway robbery with Bud. And you take, of all people, Mike Coppinger's word for it. Bro, I knew the fight wasn't going to happen to February. I heard it the day before. Everything that Mike Coppinger said, I know where he got it from. Because I got it from the same place. Well before, I don't know, he needed some breaking news to keep his job. All of that stuff about wanting to see expenses and all that stuff was said by Bernie the Boxer 2 weeks ago. It was said on Bernie the Boxer's channel 2 weeks ago. That is coming from Terence Crawford's camp. Period. Every bit of information that you just heard from Mike Coppinger, you can go to Bernie the Boxer's channel, go listen to his live streams, and every bit of that information is in there. So you're going to tell me this is some mysterious lawyer that is working for Terence Crawford that's leaking details? No, it is not. It is Bo Mack and it is Bernie the Boxer. Fuck up out of my face with this. I heard them say, they said that weeks ago. And you can say, no, you didn't disagree with me. But bro, I said it was wrong. So why in the world are you asking me now whether or not you need to believe Mike Coppinger? When all Mike Coppinger's doing is spreading the same shit that came out of Terence Crawford's camp to begin with. I know who said that stuff. Thank you very much. I can tell you who the source is. Get out of here. This shit is not complicated, bro. I listen to the news every day, bro. Mike Coppinger's report is nothing but a rehash of what Bernie the Boxer said 2 weeks ago. That's it.
What Bernie said was, Terence Crawford is really serious about money. He wants to know where every dime is coming from and where every dime is going. That's what he said 2 weeks ago, when I told you that the fight was not agreed to. Because clearly it's not agreed to. So if Mike Coppinger told you 2 weeks ago the fight was done, and he told you in October that there were no major hurdles for the fight. He said that in October. And he said that before October, and he said the fight was going to be in October. Then he says, the fight is going to be, basically says the same thing. Now it's going to be in November. I told you earlier that morning that fight wasn't going to be in November. That fight was going to get pushed back to February. You know why I knew that? Because I listened to the Boxing Voice. Somebody called to the Boxing Voice and said, hey, man, this is what I'm hearing. I ran into this guy out here at a football game. And he said, look, man, no, I was in the camp. I talked to this guy. I'm not going to say who it is. I talked to this guy. I'll let you go to the Boxing Voice and see how the Boxing Voice reported that the day before. All these guys trying to be super Mr. Newsbreaker and shit, man, they ain't doing nothing but rehashing what other people said. They're rehashing what other people said and trying to give it to you as some new news that they're breaking. Man, they ain't breaking squat. All they're doing is listening to what other people have to say and then trying to, because he got a big platform, jump out there and say it, bro. And you may call me egomaniac, bro, but dude, this is the second time that I've shared something about Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. that I heard where Mike Coppinger comes out with a tweet later the day. I've seen Mike Coppinger steal more. What's this guy's name? Dan Cabalabo, whatever his name is. The guy, forgive me for messing his name up. The guy who is on Twitter and works for CompuBox. I've watched Mike Coppinger on multiple occasions steal that man's tweets and do nothing but take his tweet and put it up on ESPN. That's all he's fucking doing, bro. Mike Coppinger, I do not believe for anything Mike Coppinger has any type of source into what is going on beyond Terence Crawford's camp. And what Errol Spence and Bomac and those guys want to tell him. Because Errol Spence camp and all that stuff ain't talking to him. PBC's not talking to him. So he wants to take shots at guys that are not giving him information and not giving him access. But like I said, trust me, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Go to the Boxing Voices video that they did the day before yesterday. Listen to what Ness said and what and the guy that was on that channel said with him. They said, dude, this fight ain't happening in November. This fight is happening in February. They're now pushing it back towards February. All of a sudden, magically. Then I do a video saying, and I was very, very candid about it. I say, where did I hear this? I heard it from a couple places, but I heard it from the Boxing Voice. See, because the Boxing Voice gets all kind of information out of people's gyms and big channel, right? Definitely somebody that will reach out to them. Dude, all of that stuff he tried to break about 0%, man, get out of here, man. Dude, if that happened, bro, man, I just don't believe. Let me put it this way. I just don't believe him. I know where he got his information from, bro. So is the no guarantee true? Dude, nobody knows if that's true. But I'll tell you this. Let me answer that question first. Yeah, I'll let a panel on. I'll let you do a panel in a second. Herbert Johnson said, my bad for 9. I never time people out, but this guy keeps spamming the chat with the same statement over and over. No worries, Herbert Johnson. You got free will, bro. Look, bro, I heard something came out. I don't even say this dude's channel name. I'm not going to say his channel name, but I know who he is. He listens to the channel. This dude is very, very close to Errol Spence Jr.'s camp. Very close to Errol Spence. And he's like, look, Mike Coppinger's going to lead you guys off of a bridge. That's what he said. Mike's a cool dude, but he's going to lead you off of a bridge. I'm going to say straight up, Mike Coppinger's full of shit. And I don't care what. Say I tell him I said it. Stop stealing people's content, bro, and putting it out on top. Double checking it with somebody, taking somebody what somebody else says, double checking it with the same people that they got it from, and claim you breaking something, bro. You ain't breaking nothing, bro. Everybody knew that fight was going to be off till February, but and heard all of that stuff about wanting to see expenses, all of that, because it is coming out of Terence Crawford's camp. And see, you guys are different than me, bro. You guys are different. I mean, your Errol's different than me. I'd say go away. I'm telling you. I'm a duck. Oh, we're robbing you. Go away. Here's what you want. I would take this mic and I would say, look, man, I'm telling you right now, Terence Crawford blew this fight because he's out here telling stories and trying to run people's names. And because Terence Crawford ain't said none of this. None of it. That's what you said, Canado News. Excuse me if I mispronounced. You said, are we supposed to believe Bud? Dude, Bud ain't said none of this. Bud is trying to work through cat's paws. Bud has not said any of this. None of this came from Bud. This is all people that you just have to suppose it's Bud. Report this. Yeah, no, why don't you say it? Bud, why don't you say it? Why don't you gave all kind of interviews, people saying, hey man, well, don't ask me about my fight. That's what he's been saying. Don't ask me about my fight. But now he's pulling up to people in gas stations, right? He pulling up people, okaying other people to say other stuff. Dude, why don't you just say it yourself, man? So then that way I know whether I can believe you or not, because I heard it out of your mouth. When you hear it from everybody but the source, dude, that stuff can be fake. It can be fake. And y'all don't believe you Errol detractors don't believe anything Errol says. But to believe all out of the blue that Al Heyman turned to the crook of the century, you guys want to believe that, bro. You want to believe that. Al Heyman's a slave master. Dude, you playing games, bro. Al Heyman's a slave master now. Man, dog, y'all bugging, bro. I'm just telling you. You're going to believe a guy who's been wrong 2 straight times about the same subject. Just 2 weeks ago, Mike Coppinger said that this deal was done. All material terms have been agreed to. All Terence is waiting on is a signature. That's what Mike Coppinger said 2 weeks ago. Now, all of a sudden, there's a very material term that they have not agreed to. But yet you still believe him. And you still say, okay, yeah, because he said this, oh, that must be true. Oh, you know these slave masters over here in the PBC. Come on, man. Stop lying, man. Y'all are playing games, bro. Just don't take the fight. I mean it. If it was me, I'd be like, nah, dog, that's enough. That's enough, man. We're sitting here in a negotiation trying to make this fight. We want this fight. Whatever. You trying to force it to make it look like I pulled out of the fight, so if the fight doesn't happen, it's my fault. I got it. Guess what? It's my fault, bro. Take your ass over there to ESPN and go fight Josh Taylor. See you later. Oh, I'm doing what? Oh, you're right. We've been treating you so badly. We offered you no money up front. We offer you 35% of the back end. For some strange reason, we though give you a rematch clause, which doesn't even fit with the rest of that. Because if you're going to give them no money up front and 35% of the pay-per-view, why would you even give them a rematch clause? Why wouldn't you just bitch them all the way to the ground and say, okay, nah, no upfront money, 35% of the back end, and no rematch clause. Since you're gonna take them to how many halfway crooks you know like that? Gonna give them something like that, man. Y'all don't even, like I said, and especially you, Ishe Smith. I hope you're listening to me, bro. Don't ever ask me how many deals I've negotiated, bro. Don't stick your head out there, bro. Don't stick your chin out there like that. You stuck your chin way out there, partner. Like, dude, I'm serious, man. I was listening to I had a lot of conversations about this. Don't stick your chin out there like that, partner. I know what I'm talking about. That is not a hang up. For you to say you want visibility into what the costs are if you're getting paid out of the net, visibility and approval are two different things. If you want visibility, that's no problem. You have a right to audit. That's it. You get a right to audit. It's something you can put in easy peasy in your contract. You want the right to audit the fight financial reports, to audit and verify the fight financial reports. That's it. And then you go take some of your money and you go get an accountant to go do it. And they have to verify how much money was earned through the pay-per-view. And they have to show you all that money that was earned. And if there's any amount of a cost that they are taking out of it, they got to justify taking it off. That is not complicated at all. And the fact that you idiots are acting like that is some complicated thing makes me feel like that is like either you guys need to go hire a new attorney. Like maybe that's it. Maybe you need to go hire a new attorney. Somebody that can figure that out. That's not hard. Salesmen do it all the time, bro. If you get a job as a salesman at IBM and you have to actually negotiate your agreement and they pay you out of the net, you have the right to see what the costs are. So you can verify that you got paid the correct amount of money. That is not complicated at all. The problem comes in when you ask for approval over expenses, because approval over expenses now becomes an administrative issue, which is why Steven Espinoza has said, no, we don't want to do a co-pay-per-view with DAZN. Why? Because when you do a co-pay-per-view, every little thing that you do, you have to ask for permission for. You guys have to come to an agreement with. You got to come to agreement with how much the ring costs, how much money you're going to pay the ring card girls, how much money you're going to pay the undercard fighters, who's going to be on the undercard, all of that stuff, bro. All of that stuff when somebody's asking for approval. So for Mike Coppinger to act like asking for visibility into is the same thing as asking for approval of, is the same thing, man, please. And I heard Mike Coppinger try to slip that in. Oh, well, if you don't he's getting paid out of the net and he doesn't want to get, visibility and approval. Exactly, bro. No, they're not going to give you approval. They're not going to stop and ask you, is it okay if I pay this company X amount of dollars to promote the fight? I'm not going to ask you if it's okay if I rent a car so that I can go across town and talk to somebody about the fight. I'm not going to ask you if it's okay if somebody can expense the amount of money it took for them to eat lunch, when a producer to eat lunch when they were out there doing a promotional bit at your gym. No, I'm not going to give you approval over all of that. Not because I don't want you to see it, but because I don't want to waste my time having to ask you if everything is okay in order to do it. Do you understand the difference for approval? If you say if you tell your kid, you have to ask for approval before you do anything. You have to go ask for approval before you eat my food. You have to ask for approval. You have to give approval before you leave a house. You have to have approval before you use the bathroom. That's not practical. Let me read these super chats. Herbert Johnson said, I'm not deleting messages. He just keeps spamming the chat, and it's not a conversation. He's saying the same thing over and over. Hey, man, don't worry. You don't have to justify that, man. Herbert Johnson, you don't have to justify nothing. If you feel like you need to get somebody, you need to time him out. Don't block him. Just time him out. Herbert Johnson, he said, answer this for me. How many fighters under the PBC have ever complained about Al? I've never heard one. I've never heard anybody complain about Al Heyman doing something like that. Ever. This is the first time I've ever heard about that. I've heard about Floyd Mayweather Jr. having to be asked in order to make fights and get fights, but I've never heard of Al Heyman trying to run something as Rudy Poot, a thieving job is what Mike Coppinger and those guys are trying to put off on that man. I've never heard anything like it. Neither of you. All you guys, man, stop all that stuff, man. Let me slide down a little bit more, man, and get to these. And I'm going to let cats on if y'all want to chop it up. I appreciate you speaking some sense on this BS. George Grace, no worries, bro. It's my pleasure, man. That shit is stupid. Like, I mean this. And I'm going to say this again. Bud Crawford does not need approval of expenses. You do not need that. You do not need that. That is an administrative headache to ask for that. You would never, they should not allow that. Because the simple fact that he has it can drive costs up. If you have employees that literally cannot do anything, if their manager says go do this, or watch this, you ask your manager, hey man, I want to do this. Can we do this? I don't know. Let me go ask Bud. Well, you know the cost of this production, of this highlight reel is going to be X dollars. Will you okay this? I don't know. I really can't. I got to call Bud. What's Bud doing? Oh, Bud's in training right now. Bud's in training right now. So we won't know for a day because they didn't get back to us. Have you guys ever had a job where you actually have to ask for approval of expenses? It's not a simple thing, especially when you have multiple divisions and completely separate companies. The way you handle it is you get paid. If you can't get paid out of the gross, and why would they even have a problem with that? Dude, here's the deal. You gave me 35% of the net, right? Give me 30% of the gross. That way I'm not responsible for any of these decisions or any of the money that you spend. You just have to hold your cost. You just have to tell me what your costs. What do you think your costs are? Well, how much have you budgeted in your expenses? What's your budget for expenses? That's how you do that. All you bozos run around here acting like you know what you're talking about. Shut up. That shit is simple. That is simple. That is simple project. That's project management. That is easy stuff to get past that issue. So you guys acting like that's the holdup? I didn't know Al Heyman was stupid. I didn't know Al Heyman was stupid. Because at this point, you're not just accusing him of being cheap and trying to duck Errol Spence Jr. with financials. You're literally accusing this man of being dumb. Because there's no problem. You want to get paid out of the gross? Dude, I can answer that in 5 minutes. You want to get paid out of the gross? No worries. These are our costs. So I can't give you 35% of the gross. I can give you 30% of the gross. And that literally is going to take a conversation with an accountant like 5 minutes tops. They can probably do the shit in their head. 32.5%. What's your cost of sales? Our cost of sales is 15%. 15% cost of sales. Easy. Stop lying, y'all. Okay? I know you think boxing fans are stupid, but not all of us are. Okay? Not all of us are stupid. Some people actually have actual jobs and have actually seen these things before. There's no way that's a problem, bro. There's no way that's a problem. No way that's a problem. And I'm going to say that again and again and again. There's no way that's a problem, bro. They're not playing him dirty, bro. He's playing games. He's playing games. Somebody's playing games. Either the press is playing games, they're trying to negotiate for something, right, and keep the pressure on them in the media because they don't have any real leverage for real. Now, if I had to speculate, this is my speculation. Lone Star Steph said, whoa, brother, didn't see this coming. Nice. Good to have you on today. Shout out to the usuals. Deborah, John Boy, 007, Terry Schmoot, Fahim, Mr. Young, Mike, Guy Bucci. Oh, yeah, I wasn't going to miss today, man. You know what I mean? They ain't playing them dirty, bro. You guys are playing media games, bro. They don't have, no, dude, no Westbrook. No Westbrook. When you're talking about expenses, you're not talking about not having money to the fight. You're talking about how much you're spending to promote the fight. But anyway, man, like I said, I ain't in the mood to explain everything to y'all, but I will tell you, you guys need to stop with this corny stuff, man. Bud about to say we're not flying private for the press run. Exactly. Oh, you want to take what airplane? What? How much are these tickets? No, fly American. No, fly. Nah, y'all need to be flying Spirit. Oh, why you? Oh, wait, $500. Oh, you can spend $200 on Spirit. Man, will y'all stop it, bro? Man, see Anthony, get out of here, bro. Take your fake ass media bullshit and go somewhere with it, bro. My mom ain't listening this time of night. She don't even know I'm on. Hey, Avery 81st, Bud too busy back at Crawford even 2 hours ago. I mean, come on, bro. Al Heyman trying to charge Bud $25 a week of towels. Dude, no problem, bro. I already told you can handle that, bro. I already told you how you can handle that, bro. I already told you how you can handle that. Oh, I missed something. Super chats for real. Hold on, let me go back. I already told you how you can handle that, bro. Paul Carrick said, I can't believe anything ESPN says anymore. I get my sports news from anybody else. Man, exactly, bro. Get out of here with that crap, bro. George Grace in the building. Thank you, bro. Thank you again, brother, for saying I appreciate you speaking some sense on this BS. Man, dude, these dudes ain't never had a job, bro. Like, these are dudes that have never had a job that say that say these things. I got to go back, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Herbert Johnson. I got everybody. Let me move down here to this one down below. If I miss one, I shouldn't have missed one, but I didn't miss Paul Carrick, bro. Yeah, but man, come on, man. Bud is on. Man, stop it. Why would anybody have a problem with that, bro? What it do, a sin? What's going on, brother? He said, what it do for nine? All this nonsense appears to be more of a concerted effort in an attempt to get rid of the PBC. Somebody getting paid sabotage. Dude, let me speak on that for a second, bro. That dude, Max Kellerman. Said with a straight face, oh, I really wish that I could get Al Heyman on here to ask questions. I really wish that I could get a see you later, brother. I really wish I could get Al Heyman on here to do an interview with me. You know damn well Al Heyman don't give up interviews, but why don't you ask the guy that gave Mike Coppinger that information to get on your show? You want Al Heyman to get on the show, but you ain't asking for the other side's negotiator to get on the show, so he can actually tell you out of his mouth what the details are. Out of his mouth, not through sources that can say anything. If Max Kellerman was so interested in that, bro, I don't care, Obo Jackson. Obviously, they have money, bro. Well, they don't have money. They don't have the money or the network. Man, what am I supposed to do with that, bro? These are grown-ass men. If they didn't want to make the fight, just say they didn't want to make the fight. There's nothing that I've seen from any of these guys that would say that, man. If Errol didn't want to fight you, Errol would say, I'm not going to fight you. Hey, JD said, why do people even know? Hey, John Boy said, oh, snap, free live. Hey, I'm here, brother. Yes, sir, man. My John Boy, much love in that super chat, bro. But we'll take links. I'll take links one at a time today, though. One at a time, brother. One at a time. Your support in the super chat and the Cash App is valuable. But I'm sure Ellerby would go on, but Kellerman knows Ellerby will make him look stupid, which which he is about to in this situation. Let me tell you something, man. These guys are actually telling you the truth, man. I would tell you, bro. I swear I would tell you if I thought they were full of shit, bro. If I really thought they were full of shit, bro. But dude, like I told you, the report that Mike Coppinger made, I walked through it. It didn't make any sense. Period. It didn't make sense what he was saying. There was so much there was so much loose language in what he said that I really was like, man, come on, man, this fight ain't happening. And all y'all do, oh, well, if the fight actually happened, Fanon would say it didn't happen. You remember when y'all thought that joke was funny? I remember. Jam in the building, brother. What's going on, bro? He said, good brother, Fanon. Thank you, brother, for that support, bro. He said, Kenny Gray, what you snacking on? I sinned, and I was eating some Doritos, bro. PBC not having money sounds dumb as hell. How are they offering Canelo 55? Look, dude, cats be having personal vendettas against the PBC, bro. I'm not in bed with the PBC. I don't have any personal vendetta against them. But God, dog, this is simple business, man. This is not complicated, man. Like, that's the one thing that I disagree with Leonard Ellerby about. No joke. I really disagree with Leonard Ellerby. When Leonard Ellerby keeps saying, hey, man, you guys should understand this. You guys have never tell me when you've ever done a really big fight. That's why I'm like, Leonard, Mr. Ellerby, these guys have never run a bubble gum. They've never sold bubble gum on the street if they don't know what I'm talking about here. Bubble gum, if you don't understand this, bro. I have no respect. And I mean, I'm telling you, no respect for you guys' business acumen at all. Hey, Master Eden says, facts, Fanon. Great job. Thank you, brother, for that support, bro. Man, I love this evening support. This is why these dudes wind up getting so much support in the evenings. Hey, said, thanks. I have been having withdrawals this morning. Hey, John Boy, I wasn't gonna let you down, brother. I had to let it go. Big 20 in that cash app, brother. Thank you so much, bro. Leonard Ellerby, man, please, man, these dudes. Look, man. When you on top, you ain't gotta lie. Yeah, they don't have to lie. Man, Steven Espinoza ain't going to pay none of this any attention. Leonard, I'm trying to tell you, Steven Espinoza, well, he'll pay some attention to it, but I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to tell you already, Tom, he already rejected it. Yeah, man, these dudes ain't paying attention to this. We paying attention to this. I pay attention to it because it's a hobby of mine. And I'm like, man, come on, man. Why are you trying to run? Why you out here saying this stuff, man? Bud has no leverage. Bud cannot make them do anything. Nothing. Anything. I mean it. His pay-per-view numbers are not big. And if you thought, oh man, he should get, why is he accepting nothing in 35%, bro? Now, Bud fans, no money up front in 35. Let's act like that's true. Because no joke, if that's true, oh, they hardballing his ass for real, for real. They're telling him, look, bro, you ain't got shit to offer, brother. And you talking too much. That's the only reason I can see these guys giving him nothing. Yeah, that's off the table, Jermaine. That's off the table, Jermaine. Dark-skinned Jermaine. Know what I mean? That's off, brother. Mr. J23 in the building said, refreshing to have an evening chat for 9. Yeah, I may do it more often, brother. I was a member of a boxing community, brother, and I tried to have time slots. But I'm not in that anymore, so I can do it whenever I want to. Hey, what's going on, Remy Ogon? My man, Kid the Great in the building said, Fanon Primetime Live. Nice, let's go. Yes, sir, we here, bro. Fanon, you're going to put a lot of boxing YouTubers out of business if you regularly go live at this time. Well, The reason why I don't do it is so that I did not drive other people out of business. Like, that's the man. But there's no love in the YouTube boxing community, brother. And if somebody tells you they love you, oh, you my brother, we didn't, man, they lying. Don't believe them. You know what I'm saying? If they say it, don't believe them. Big Stepper said, how can someone who's 50% a part of the biggest fight in history not offer anything? Let me tell you how that could happen. In all honesty, Big Stepper, let me tell you how that can happen. Because it could happen. Let me tell you what would mandate that, bro. You said respect the lane, brother. Yeah, man. I mean, you know what it is. You know what it is. I got my guy comes on this time every day during the weekends. I'm never gonna go over BFTB. I'm not, you know, I'm never gonna do a live stream the same time as BFTB. That's my guy till I die. That's my guy. I'm on the real. That's my guy till I die. Hate to give him stress from his friends that don't like me, but that's my guy till I die, and I mean it. But let me tell you how that could happen, brother. Okay. Voice of God said Mikey got fair terms, Sean got fair terms, Danny got fair terms, Ugas got fair terms, but with the biggest fight looming, all of a sudden they're going to get funny, make it make sense. Okay. Let me do this. If I was going to say why they would do it, it's because of shit like this. If it was me, I'm going to tell you if it was me, bro, he'd be looking at 20% and no rematch clause. With a 5-inch ring, with a very small ring, and his ass is going to be putting on bozo the clown ass gloves. And I'm picking every judge. I'm picking every referee. I'm picking a referee. I'm picking a judge. You know what I'm saying? I'm picking the judges. I'm picking a referee. I'm doing all of that. And let me tell you why. Because, bro, we ain't playing. We ain't playing. You think all this going to the media and all that stuff is cute? I don't think it's cute, bro. I don't think it's cute. You mad mouth, and you doing all that. If somebody's negotiating with you, dude, they're not going to give you anything. They're not going to give you anything. If you're out here and I hear you calling me a slave master, oh, I'm going to show you a slave master. Oh, I'm a slave master? Fuck Errol. I'm going to show you a slave master. You're not getting nothing out of me. Nothing. Show me your pay-per-view receipts. How many did you do it? Okay, cool. Got you. You don't sell pay-per-view. You don't sell tickets. And you want to talk in the media? You're violating our agreement by leaking all kind of stuff to the media. Like, you think because you're not saying it, that NDA, because you technically yourself, I can't prove that you're violating the non-disclosure agreement. You think that I'm stupid enough not to know that you actually are, and you're trying to wrestle me in the media with these people? I wouldn't give you nothing. That's how you get zero money up front and 30%, because you talked your way into it. You ain't got nowhere else to go. You talking all that stuff and you ain't got nowhere else to go. No joke. If you want to ask me if that's true, how that can happen, you talked your way into it. I was going to cut you a fair deal. I was going to cut you a deal where you'd be happy. I don't want you to be happy. Matter of fact, I want you to be very unhappy. Because I know full well you will not have another fight on the table, man. I know Eddie Hearn doesn't want to sign you. Bob Arum doesn't want to sign you. I don't want to sign you. Oscar De La Hoya doesn't want to sign you. But you're out here talking about what you're going to get, and you're out here calling me a slave master and all of that stuff in the media, and you think I don't know it's you? Okay, you better, whoever it is, better shut their mouth quick. 0 up front, 35%. And you ain't approving or looking at nothing. Don't take the fight. Why? Not because I don't think my guy can beat you, but because I don't want you to make a red penny more than I have to pay you. Because you talk too much. Let me tell you a real true story in negotiations. I'm telling you. When I got my Harvard certification in negotiations, shameless plug, they shared an example, bro. They showed an example. They were like, there was an NFL player who became all pro one year. Became all pro. And in the year he became all pro, his contract was up for renewal. And the owner was like, nice job. Here we'll give you, just say we'll pay you $5 million a year for the next 3 years. Good job. And the players rep said, no, we don't want $1 million. We don't want $5 million a year. We want $7 million a year for the next 4 years. The response from the owner was, okay, let me counteroffer that. They were like, okay, yeah, give me the counteroffer. $1 million for 1 year. They're like, hold on, how did you go from, I said $5 million a year. You said $5 million a year for 3 years last offer. I say 7 for 4, and you come back with $1 million for 1. He's like, you got that right, because my first offer was fair. And you're out here playing games with me. Sorry. And if you ask me again, it's going to be nothing. Go away, Mr. All Pro. Stop trying to get cute with me. I gave you a fair offer. Take the fair offer. So it seems to me that if you guys are telling the truth, and I'm telling you, I believe these guys ain't even, it's hard for me to believe that they're telling the truth. But if you're telling the truth, you have negotiated yourself out of money. Because Errol Spence Jr. himself said he'd be willing to pay you 60-40. You say 50-50 or no fight. You're hardball negotiating when you don't have any leverage. Because you don't have any pay-per-views. You don't even have anywhere else to go. You lost your leverage when Bob Arum said, no, we're not re-signing you. Why? Because we're losing money on you. And Eddie Hearn said, well, we do really want big superstar names, but not you, Terence. Why? Because I don't have any fights for you. You sued Bob Arum and called that man a racist. Don't nobody want to do business with you. So exactly, since you can't get another job, bro, why are you even negotiating with me? Why are you even talking? 60-40, partner. We gave you 60-40. You should have taken it. Now you want to try to get in my pockets? Nah, bro. And talk back. Now that's why you would say, if it was true, that's what I would say had to have happened. How do you go from demanding 50-50 to go to no money up front and 35? How do you go from there to there over the course of 5 months? Them dudes looking at you across the table like, bro, you think you got some leverage. You don't. You don't have any leverage. If that's what happened, and bro, that's just hardcore business, brother. That's hardcore business right there, bro. And that's what somebody else said. They said, he said, man, people's ego will kill them. Your ego's killing you. Ain't nobody going to give you the ability to approve expenses in their company. They're not going to give you that. He said, Cooley, I just told somebody this seems almost crafted. I don't think Crawford is afraid, but I think he doesn't want the narrative of the fight not happening because it's him. Look, man, if this is true, JD, hey, man, look, let me put it this way. And I'll tell you, this is what I'll say. If you guys are telling me the truth, if it is the truth that he's got no money up front and 35% of the back end, bro, he talked himself into that. And if he's saying, oh, Errol's people don't want the fight, yeah, approved expenses. They try to get that. They try to slick it and say they want transparency. Dude, transparency is not approval. Transparency is reasonable. Approval is not. I'm not going to work for you, brother. I'm not about to come up and ask you if it's okay I'm not going to ask you if it's okay if I contract with this guy over here to do my video production. I'm not asking you that. What are you talking about? It's silly, bro. It's silly. That's what they said. They try to see, but you know how the media tries to do this? They try to conflate things. They try to make it seem like transparency and approval is the same thing. Those are radically different things. Oh, what's up? Stone Alone in the building. What's going on, my brother? Hey, man, here's this link for cats that want to talk. That's a link. That's that link right there, brother. Let's start off the month. Hey, shameless. Let's start off the month of October okay in these super chats, brother. Because I couldn't work today. And you know me. He said, yeah, Q. He said, yeah, the verbiage is misleading. Clearly misleading. Seriously. Approval and transparency are two different things, brother. Thank you. Hey, man, Simple Trucking LLC, Walter Wilson, thank you for keeping me alive, brother. Thank you for helping me feed my family, bro. I appreciate you. What up, man? What's up, Fanon? Me and my wife went on our 30th anniversary, 7-day cruise. What in the hell did I miss? Oh, my God, dog. You missed it, dog. You missed it. You missed it, brother. You missed it. These cats out here, first of all, Mike Coppinger out here trying to save his job by trying to break super news because the only thing that anybody cares about in boxing is this dang on Errol Spence and Terence Crawford fight. And people blaming Errol because Terence Crawford is apparently negotiating himself into a grave. Man. Herbert, I got to do one at a time, bro. Herbert Johnson in the building. What's going on, my man? You froze, Herbert. But while we waiting for you to unfreeze.
Yo, for now, what's yo?
What's up? Hey,
can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's. Hey, turn off your camera and see if that helps.
All right, let me do that right now.
That's better.
Now.
Nah,
okay, what's up, and how you feel, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing? Hey, I got to kick you, brother. Try to go in the house or something, man, because I can't hear you, bro.
All right, I'm going to hear me now.
Say something else. Say something else. What's going on, bro?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Fanon, man. How you doing? It's nice to see you. Nice to see you in the evening, giving us your expertise, man.
Thank you, bro.
Sometimes I gotta troll because you just be too right. It pisses me off sometimes, but it pisses me off. But to get by it, I just say, hey, that's my age bracket. We supposed to be smart, and that makes me feel a little better.
Hey, dog. If whooping my ass in chess, sending me to chess school ain't making you feel good, God, dog, what will, bro? So what's going on, Corey Smith in the building? What's happening with you, man?
Hey, how you doing, Fanon? Thank you for having me on, man. Just a quick question, man, and then I'm gonna be off, man, real quick. Do you actually see this fight happen? I mean, we keep getting the jargon from here, there, from ESPN. Keep getting it from this camp, that camp. Do you actually see this fight happening, or nix it?
Yeah, you know what, man? I don't know, bro, because like I said, it's I know Errol wants that, bro. I just read. I'm not gonna get his dude's name out or his Twitter handle, but this dude Errol Spence wants this fight, man. Like he wants that fight. I do believe that PBC would tell Bud to go fuck off if it was just them. Like, just go away, bro. Like, I do believe that part of it. Eventually, Errol, Terence may not have a choice, man, because don't nobody else. It's either go or do that or go back to Bob. You know?
Wow. So, and I would never think he would actually go back to Bob Arum after all the things that came out, him suing them, and to me, I'm just gonna be frank with you, man. I know I'm not a boxing expert, but I'm a man outside looking in. Bob Arum probably put more of his emphasis on Lomachenko during that time, than Bud Crawford, in my opinion. But I couldn't possibly see him going back to Bob Arum. I mean, that's like selling his soul to get back with Bob Arum, in my opinion.
Where you gonna go?
I think Bud may be in almost a position like Demetrius Andrade, because where else can he really go? Like, he burned the bridge with the PBC, Eddie Hearn, and now Frank Warren don't want to work with him. Unless Demetrius Andrade really, I think his last option may be if Bob even wants him. But remember, he's made millions of dollars in fights before, and I think what they say, Frank Warren won the bid for the Zach Parker fight for only $306. So I guess he was only going to net $180,000. I don't think Bob can come out of money for that. So I see Bud in a very similar situation. He's like almost burned all his bridges.
Nah, Bud could go back and get that Josh Taylor fight and get some mills. We not out of it.
But tried to sue the man.
That's what I'm saying. But I mean, do anybody want to see that Josh Taylor fight if Bud does go back? I mean, to me, it's just not even a favorable matchup, in my opinion, if Bud goes to fight Josh Taylor. I say that,
Corey, because I'm gonna take one thing from Fanon, man, because I got a lot to talk about. But on Fanon, let's just see some fights. Let's see some fights, because time going by without fights, and then if the fight get announced, now we gotta take the layoff and all that in consideration. Let's just get some fights.
Agreed. I definitely agree. And I think too, man, the talent that these guys are, have. I mean, Bud's gonna be out the ring almost a year. You know what I mean? So I definitely understand what you're saying. Just to, I guess, get something going for that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, look, I love Errol Spence. I love Bud Crawford, man. I just want to see it happen because they're probably the best welterweights in our prime right now. And besides Boots Ennis. But I just want to see the fight, man. It's just every day you keep getting something back and forth where this is happening, that is happening. It's just like, oh, come on, man. Just make the damn fight happen, man. Fuck it. Let's get it. Excuse my French, Fanon. I'm sorry about that. But
that's all good, man.
Just,
we in the evening.
Just get the fight. Get it. Just make it happen, man. Make it happen because everybody wants to see it. Now, let me ask you this, Fanon, and the rest of the panel. Do you see anything about them probably going cross season, maybe making it up that way, like Dubai or
no?
Nah,
Saudi Arabia, nothing.
Nah,
man. See it here in the States. Definitely either.
Yeah, Errol don't need to do that, man. Errol don't need to do that.
Do y'all see any possibilities of like a Timothy Bradley situation where, like, do y'all see any welterweights that can upset either of them that can mess this whole thing up if they decide to take
Boots.
Boots. I mean, no. I mean, Boots is like, I'm not counting Boots because I feel like neither of them is taking Boots before they take each other.
Yeah.
Like any of like
real quick though.
Mandatories.
Let me talk about that overseas stuff. Bro, if they go overseas, Errol's still taking all the money.
I agree.
I don't care if you fight on Mars. You ain't got no fans. All you fake ass people sitting here, are you rooting for Bud? You ain't rooting for Bud other than Starborn and some other cats, real dudes that are down for Bud. Most of these people are Errol's or Terence Crawford or BBC haters who are just looking for a reason these dudes to lose. That's why they so amped on shitting on Al Heyman. Like, my God, man, these dudes, man, that shit I heard about Al Heyman yesterday, I was like, man, come on, man.
Yeah. But and listen, you know what that's for, Fanon. You know why? Because Al Heyman is one of the most brilliant minds out there. And, when you don't look like the rest of them, you will always get some type of hate thrown your way. And, that's why, I'm not a big fan of Bob Arum because he's always throwing Al Heyman under the bus or something. Was Al Heyman's fault because this didn't happen, or it's Floyd's fault?
Oh, you talking about Bob Arum? Bob Arum? No, Bob Arum hit the brakes on him.
I'm sorry, Fanon. Say it again, sir.
You talking about Bob Arum? No, Bob Arum hit the brakes pumped the brakes on Al Heyman because Al Heyman and those guys just made a bunch of money made a bunch of money with Top Rank doing the fights with Fury and Wilder. And he was like, man, this dude is real. Dude, Al Heyman, Bob Arum was like, look, man, this dude is really easy to work with. Like, we just made good money with this dude. This guy is easy to work with. I will work with PBC anytime. That's what he said about Al Heyman. There's literally been nobody that has said this man has been hard to work with until
Oscar De La Hoya was the only one because he was trying to make that Charlo Munguia fight, and then that's where he said that. Yeah.
So that means that Tank fight could happen.
Tank and who?
That Tank fight can happen. That's all I wanted to hear you say. That Tank fight can happen.
You know who it is. You know King Haney.
You know,
I'm not my conversations today, man.
I've been steaming. I'm gonna wait till he get over there. I'm not gonna take it. I'm suing that conversation.
Random ass Devin Haney comments just be flying in the conversation, bro. Hey, Corey Smith, you breaking up, brother? But you said you wasn't gonna come. That you just had that one question. So Corey Smith, come back tomorrow, man. Make sure y'all come back tomorrow, or if you want to get back on, that's cool. These fans, let me go. This is the same. I saw you say this on my chat. These fans don't want Bud doesn't like the only guy who's willing to give him guaranteed money. What a cluster, bro. Hey, man, dude, I'm telling you what that is. Hey, Corey, hey, man, so you give me your last question real quick, bro.
Oh, yeah, just last one, man. I'm hearing rumors. I don't know if you hear them or anything. Is the Ryan Garcia Tank going to happen? Because I know it's so many loopholes with
hell no, that shit ain't about to happen.
I want to see it.
Man,
I just want to see it on the part, man, because Ryan Garcia caps so much. He talks that he wants Tank, and I think Tank really just, want to give him that work, give him that business.
No, it's not gonna happen. What do you think? What do you think, Starborn? Yes or no?
I've been seeing it. I've been seeing little stuff. Hopefully, I'm gonna say hopefully.
Especially his daddy talking. Ryan's dad talking. It's gonna happen officially. But I know all the loopholes.
Remember,
Oscar De La Hoya is sitting there with that new prostitute he just married, and sitting with that multimillionaire prostitute. I'm sorry, Oscar, but that girl. You know what I'm talking about. She got that. She out there looking a little too slinky for me, but he's sitting out there, whatever, man, with all that dough. Because I know cats that work with Oscar. Like, I've known multiple people that work with him. The thing with Oscar is Oscar don't care about Golden Boy. Like, that's what I heard. They're like, man, that ain't Oscar's money. Oscar got so much money. It's like, man, Oscar's sitting on so much money, dude, that's like his plaything. He's not trying to grow Golden Boy or doing anything with Golden Boy. That's his way to get out the house and, have some good times or whatever and still stay, up with boxing. Other than that, man, that dude got his cocaine. He got his dime pieces. He's got his mansions, and he's living life. You know what I mean? Like, he's living life. That's what Oscar is. So, but now Oscar ain't trying to let Al Heyman get nothing.
I feel you.
Because Al Heyman stole. Now, that's the one thing Al Heyman did do. Like, I will tell you, if I was Oscar De La Hoya, oh man, I would be so salty with Al Heyman, man. But dude, that's what you guys need to read. I try to tell y'all need to read very, very carefully. Don't lead other people, even if you don't understand it, read it. Read it and go through every word with somebody that knows what it means. Because this dude thought, just like I'll be getting on these cats real quick. Stone Alone says, speaking of Tank for now, what's going on with him and the case? Oh, well, he has to go back. His next court date, Stone Alone, is December 12th. He has a court date on December 12th. God dog, I got the details. He's got a court, man. Wow, dude. I can't believe I knew that fact. He has a court date on December 12th because they rejected his the plea agreement that he had reached with the prosecutor. So So that's so. What was I saying before, man? Because I had a good one for y'all.
Oh,
God, don't.
about Al Heyman.
What was I saying?
Al
Oh
Heyman-
yeah,
Al
why
Heyman,
Oscar
Oscar.
hates his ass. I mean, why? Oh my God! Listen, I got him. You guys got to read. Okay, so Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s smartest decision he ever made was hiring that man Al Heyman, because Al Heyman is first of all, Al Heyman got to be pushing 70 years old,
And
so
brilliant.
he ain't no young buck. So he's pushing like 70. He's pushing like 70 years old, or he's definitely in his early 60s if he's not getting close to 70. But so he's been around a long time, and what he did was they were going out looking for fighters to sign to Golden Boy. But what he did was he signed them to exclusive managerial contracts. He didn't sign them to promotional deals. He actually was like, man, I'm not signing them to you. I'm signing them to me. So he signed all these guys to exclusive managerial contracts and exclusive advisory contracts. So Oscar thought all these guys that were just all their fights were being promoted by Golden Boy. He thought that they were signed to Golden Boy, obviously never actually having looked at his contracts. So when Floyd Mayweather Jr. is like, man, we're not dealing with Oscar anymore, all of the guys that were signed to advisory and managerial contracts with Al Heyman left. Al Heyman immediately could not, and they didn't even have a choice, probably, because he's like, nope, I'm your manager, so you don't have to fight. And they was like, no, he's got to fight on my cards. No, he doesn't have to fight on your cards. He's not signed to you. It's just not paying attention. That was him not paying attention. Because I said this is like some hobby for him, man. It's not something that he's really like. He ain't really focused on that like that.
That wouldn't have happened if Richard Schaefer was there.
No, Richard Schaefer was there. Richard Schaefer was part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Richard Schaefer broke. Dude, Richard Schaefer broke out right after that, and went and was with he fired. If he didn't fire Richard Schaefer immediately left because Al Heyman brought Richard Schaefer to him. I do believe. But no, man, that shit was going to happen as long as you out there, you sitting at your desk playing with girls and sniffing cocaine. Thanks. You got somebody sitting there with like Al Heyman and these dudes sitting there who ain't doing that. Like, man, this dude's out to lunch, Richard. Okay, we signed this dude to advisory contracts and all of that. And even then, he's a banker. He's not a lawyer. So who knows if Richard Schaefer even really paid that much attention to it either. But man, no, that's why to this day, I don't believe that Oscar De La Hoya is ever going to make a fight that involves Al Heyman, because do you know how much money he cost that man? That man had Deontay Wilder. He had Deontay Wilder. He had Errol Spence Jr. He had Keith Thurman. He had Sean Porter. He had Danny Garcia. It goes on and on and on. All those guys, all of that original roster that was with Golden Boy. But then when he got cute and he kept having those problems with Floyd, Floyd outthought him outside the ring. And they're like, yeah, man, we'll just pull this gank move on him. That's, a great gank move, but it was a gank move, no doubt. So, yeah, that's the answer to that. That's the answer to that question, Corey.
Thank you, brother. Hey, I'm signing off, and thank you so much, and the rest of the panel, salute. God bless.
Man, bless you,
Corey. Have a great weekend, man.
Right, yes, sir.
Yo, Fanon, on just a guess, what you think the bottom dollars that Bud would walk into and just take that fight?
Say that again.
I said on both sides of the coin. I said as far as PBC and Bud, what's the number you think is in Bud's head off a guess that if they would say that, he's going to take that fight? Like, what do you think his bottom dollar is?
Honestly, I think these dudes is above their pay grade. Like, for real, I think they're above their pay grade. I don't think they know what they want. I think they probably went in there. And I'm just going to tell you, like, if what they're saying is true, okay? If what they're saying was true, that he's getting no money guaranteed and he's getting 32% of the back end, this guy is above his pay grade. Because if that's the case, he should have went in there and take the first offer that they gave him. Because now you're at no guaranteed money. It's very hard for me to believe that they didn't when you can have $1 million to Yordanis Ugas. Right? $1 million. Yordanis Ugas can get $1 million in guaranteed money. Rolly Romero can get $500,000 in guaranteed money against Gervonta. If what they're saying is true, that's why it's so hard for me to believe that it's true. Because monumental incompetence would have to take place for you to negotiate yourself backwards from 40% all the way to no guarantee and 35%. You have, in order for that to be true, you literally have to have Al Heyman looking at you like, dude, every time you play games with me, bro, I'm giving you less. And you just walking your way into, like, you're walking your way into trouble. And that's the only way that I can see that happening. Like, no joke. That's the only way that I can. How do you get to no guaranteed money? How do you get there?
Bud
Like, for real.
Bud should have signed an NDA where he can't disclose no information or anything, keep everything on the back end. But I guess because everything now got made public and he keeps making these statements and, you know, it's riling up the boxing fans.
But what got made public, though?
Bud has not said anything. Bud is talking to other people and trying to get other people to report this stuff. Now, again, I know who his manager is. His manager is Bomac. Bomac is a trainer. Bomac is not somebody that is, he's not Shelly Finkel. And sometimes, man, no joke, when you are negotiating things, you have to know when you've gotten what you're going to get. Like, when you've gotten what you think is when you've gotten what you think is fair, or what you think those other people would consider fair, and you overdo it, you can really talk your way. It's like a woman. You can, dude, this chick wants to, you know, she want to do what she want to do. Nigga, stop talking. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you like to leave now? Yes, I would. Oh, no, let's not do that. Let's take a ferry ride around the park and, you know what I mean? Like, I got to go. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way that I can think. If that is his manager and the chief guy responsible for negotiating, he is at a very, very serious disadvantage when you're talking about negotiating with a guy like Al Heyman and a guy like Steven Espinoza. They are not playing games. Those guys are dead serious. And on top of it, they are not just looking at everything that Errol wants. You know what I mean? They're not just looking at, like, they're like, look, dude, we're going to give you if you want to play negotiation games, I'm going to get you the absolute best deal we can get. Because guess what? He's got nowhere to go. Think about it.
The longer this goes on, you think it benefits Errol over Bud?
The longer it goes, it works with Errol. Absolutely. Because they're not going to give him any more. They're not going to give him any more than what they were going to give him to begin with, because he has no leverage.
The only reason I disagree is because I think at some point, you know, the fans will turn on you when they want a big fight. And I think it's going to get to a point where they're going to, like, you know, Bud's offer is going to be what it's going to be. And they know that there's a number that can be made. And when that fight doesn't happen, if the Bud or Boots fight doesn't happen for Errol, I feel like eventually fans will turn on it.
Turn on Bud? Turn on Errol?
Turn on Errol. If they don't, just because if they don't get a Boots or a Bud, because I don't think he's going to take the Boots fight. I think he's going to go to 154 before he fights Boots. That's just my opinion. I don't think they want that fight right now.
Look,
I don't even think the PBC wants them to fight either. No time soon.
Could it turn on Errol Spence in a real fashion? They will not know that until Errol Spence Jr.'s next fight, when those receipts come in. That's when they'll know if it affected him, when the receipts come in. If he doesn't take that fight with them, and all of a sudden nobody wants to see an Errol Spence Jr. fight, nobody wants to go to Dallas Stadium. Listen to what Bud has been saying, bro. Bud didn't even want to fight in Dallas Stadium, where they know they can sell out 50,000 people in that stadium. Like, no, I don't want to do that. I can't do that. Dude, this guy literally cut the money for the fight just by asking for that. There's no question where this fight should go. This fight should be in Dallas Stadium. Easy. Errol's already sold out 50, 40,000 tickets there. They can do 80. They can probably do 70,000 tickets in Dallas Stadium, but Bud won't fight there. They're not going to take a bath for Bud just because they feel like, oh, there may be some backslash from fans that don't support Bud anyway. Because that's the truth. What's Bud's pay-per-views? What's Bud's gates? They already don't believe Bud. They don't believe Bud's a draw. They don't believe Bud's a big star. Bud is an anti-Errol. I mean, and I hate to break it, it's the truth. He's an anti-Errol. Nobody's really checking for Bud fights like that other than really hardcore boxing fans. People in Dallas saying, "Oh, let me go to Bud's next fight." They're not doing that. They're looking to get their next hometown champion in the ring. But they're not going to allow Bud to, like, you're not going to be a pauper and trying to pimp me. You know what I mean? You don't have a promoter. You don't have anybody else to fight. You have nobody wants to sign you. You don't have any room to ask for anything. These people are not stupid. They didn't last this long cow-tied. And number one, they didn't last this long cow-tied to Bud, and they damn sure didn't go cow-tied to Errol. Because they could be looking at Errol like, look, man, let me tell you what's in your best interest, young man. You need to make as much money out of this fight as you can get. Period. And we can get 4, 5, 6 more fights, dude, where you can walk out. Trust me, Errol. These guys have already made Errol a multimillionaire, man. They've already been doing a great job with Errol without Terence. So for Terence to walk in there and start acting like, I want the right to approve your expenses, young billionaire, you can get your dumb ass on this chat and get ate up anytime you want. That link is in there. Absolutely a bunch of lies. It's not a bunch of lies. It's the dead fact. It's the truth you guys don't want to look at. It's the dead truth that you don't want to look at. Errol Spence Jr., Bud Crawford does not have successful pay-per-views. That is a fact. Oh, that's okay. Thank you, bro. I don't know you. That's a bunch of lies. If I didn't call you a liar, bro, you said a bunch of lies. If you're talking to somebody else, I'm sorry. Oh, you're talking to Coppinger. My bad, young billionaire. Thank you, brother. Sorry about that. Let me get you that gong for misreading you, bro. Stone Cold, hey, Stone Cold. Young billionaire said, I'll take that.
Hey, hold on, champ. I wasn't talking about you, bro, but that does around. But salute to the team.
What?
Yeah. Hold on, champ. I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about what the reports are. A bunch of lies, bro.
Oh, that's my bad. Thank you.
But out of respect, I came onto the panel. I appreciate you letting me on to defend myself. But yeah, I ain't about to be called a bunch of dumbasses. Man.
You're not what?
I said I'm not about to be called a bunch of dumbasses and all that shit, champ.
You ain't gotta worry, bro. I'll never call you a dumbass again, partner. I'll never call you a dumbass again, bro. I apologize, bro, but if you want to start getting all jumpy, I'm not in the mood. I was
Shit, what happened?
I think Fanon probably just fell off.
Yeah, my bad. Nah, dude, I was quick to apologize, bro, but don't jump up in there talking crazy, bro. Just go away. I was very, very quick, bro. I misread people all the time. My bad. When you say, if you don't put something in the front of that and you say a bunch of lies, I'm going to interpret it like you're talking to me because it's in the chat. But I will apologize, bro, but you're not about to jump on here and start loud talking to me. See you later, partner. And again, my apologies for misunderstanding you, bro. Like, all of that, whatever, bro. So anyway, what we talking about?
We was in the middle of talking about Bud and Errol and damn, he threw us all out with that shit. About the money and if like how long like there's the prolonged, which side does it help better? And he was talking about that that it hurts Bud to prolong it.
For me, I don't think it benefits anybody. It's a bad situation all the way around, bro. It's all the way around, bro. It's a bad situation all the way around. And the longer it continues, the worse the situation is. If they're not going to get it done, they just need to move on, bro. John Boy said, man, I don't know who his advisor is, but they turned a multi-million-dollar deal into kindergarten school lunch trades. Pretty much, bro. Pretty much, bro. It hurts everybody if you prolong it.
And isn't Bud's 1 year mandatory for the WBO belt? Isn't that up in, I believe it's November, because I believe that's the last time when he fought Sean Porter.
I think he's got 18 months because he's the WBO super champ.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It's 16 or 18 months. So I think he's got an extra. I think he's got an extra 6 months.
Bud is a super champ.
Yes.
Yeah, he's still the super champ. Once you're the super champ, you keep that no matter where you go. It's the same thing as the WBC. It's the same thing as the WBC franchise.
So he could
like
go,
except for they keep them combined.
He could go get Charlo if he wanted to.
Technically, yes, he could. He could move up and as the super champion face him.
Okay. So Bud got more options than we. So who's his man? His mandatory would be Ortiz, correct?
I believe it's mandatory, or if not, it's Josh Taylor. He still has the 140 WBA belt. If he decides to drop that 140, he could face Bud straight away. But
hold on a second. Hey, real quick. Timothy Stoudemire.
Stop.
Hey, bro, I'm sure he's a good dude, and I misunderstood him. But once I apologized and said, "Oh, my bad, I misunderstood," and he kept going. I mean, there's nothing else I can do. I still young billionaire. I don't mean anything bad about you, but like I said, bro, I'm not gonna sit up here and let you. I said, man, that was my mistake. I misinterpreted what you wrote because you wrote that. Okay. And once a misunderstanding took place, bro, you can walk off on that. You know what I mean? Just walk off. Oh, you misunderstood? Yeah, you misunderstood. That's it. But I'm not going to sit here and let you start castigating me in the middle of a conversation, bro. If you felt bad about that, bro, I'm sorry, man. Peace and blessings to you, and peace and blessings to your channel, or whatever else you got going on. Because I think he's a good dude. I've seen his comments before, for sure. But I'm not about to go back and forth with you. Nah, I'm too old for that, man. Just sorry if I mess up bad enough for you to feel like I can't disrespect you. No worries. See you later. What's going on? What's going on, Bass Reeves and Rick Timms?
Come on, gentlemen. Glad to have you in. It's been a day. It's been a week. But yeah, fine. We appreciate that, man. What's all that?
What's all that noise? Is that you, Tim? Rick Timms?
Can you hear me, oh man, I'm
that's
just
you,
out
bro.
there going at the park because I'm driving right now and the noise too loud.
Yeah, all right. Just come back later, man.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Hear who?
Me.
Yeah, I can hear you, Money. Mr. Young.
Yeah, I hear you.
Terry Smoot. Hello, is you, Mr. Young?
Yeah. All right, you can hear me.
Right on. How you doing, sir?
Shoot, can we get your perspective on how do you feel this Bud Spence situation is going?
Go ahead, Mr. Young.
It's going about the way it should go with the craziness that's going on because no one knows the truth. ESPN is saying what they want to say. I don't know how to get this information, but I mean, the bottom line is it ain't gonna happen this year. I don't even know if Spence is gonna fight on the 19th of November. So, at this point, I'm like, I don't really care what happens with the whole fight because Spence, if he fights the 19th, it'll probably be Staniosis. Then you're talking about what? Him and Bud would try to revisit March? And what if the WBO decides to order the mandatory for Bud, then I don't think Josh Taylor's going to jump out like that to get that mandatory. I mean, it's just my opinion. And Virgil Ortiz, Oscar's not going to let him fight Virgil Ortiz. And Oscar's going to do the same thing he did last time when Virgil Ortiz was Bud's mandatory. All of a sudden, Porter jumped Ortiz to be the mandatory. And that's when Porter was like, yo, what? Huh? I didn't even know that. So, that was Oscar saying, nah, we don't want that. And the WBO said, okay, well, Sean Porter, you next up to bat. So I think that's just going to be a cyclical thing, and it's going to happen again, where Bud may get a mandatory, and I don't think it's going to be Virgil Ortiz. It's going to be Thurman or Boots.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Young. I agree.
And also, isn't Keith also?
Hey, I'm gonna step out for a second, just so y'all know. I'm gonna step out for a second.
Definitely.
Hey,
We'll hold you down, please.
Young boy said, I really like Bud, but damn, his business sense is as bad as it gets. And then my man Suge Knight's cigar said, anyone know what's the biggest payday Spence got?
Probably that last one. That was 50,000 people in the stadium. That was huge. I seen that. I wish I was there. I had a chance to be there in a whatchamacallit, a booth or a suite, my bad. Yeah, but things came up. But I mean, he cleared that out, man. That was insane. That was nuts. Bud ain't doing that. No joke. But I want to piggyback off Mr. Young. Yeah, I agree. When I saw the news, because I was on my boy's YouTube channel, going through all of the channels like I usually do, and I heard about it, and they're asking because I've been working all day and all week. They're telling me about it, and I'm just like, man, like, that's a lie. I'm just like, straight out lie. And then the second thing I thought to myself was like, well, who'd you hear that from? You heard that from Bud's camp. All this, I said this last week on our stream. I said at first, this is embarrassing, and then I'm tired of it. But then you got to go back to all the A side, B side stuff. The B side is to try to get the A side to negotiate. And obviously, if he's unsuccessful or she's unsuccessful, they're going to badmouth and give us all that other crap he's been giving us. And so I immediately thought, I was like, I asked all my friends, I was like, where'd y'all hear that? Y'all heard that from the Bud camps. Where's Carpenter getting? Where's Carpenter getting it? He's getting it from the Bud camp. Damn show ain't getting that from Errol. And like Fanon and the rest of you guys been saying, like, how do you do all that and then end up at 65-35, no guarantee? And I like what he said earlier. That whole hardcore business talk he gave us, the negotiating series, that stuff is real, gentlemen. That stuff is real. And I said this meeting you all back in May and June. I was like, we're not going to get the fight. And this is before all this the details came.
They was killing you on Chicken Talk.
Oh yeah, you heard that? Yeah, they don't like it. All my friends, they don't like it. They don't like that. That's that dead truth, though, Fanon. That's that dead truth. You saw how they were bad-mouthing me, getting personal and stuff. And those are my boys. Those are my boys, man. Like, I have to get on the internet to talk boxing with complete strangers. And I consider you guys my friends. But I said this, I always keep saying this, meeting you guys. I said, man, this guy's going to come to the table muffed up, and we're not going to get the fight. That's what I said.
I can remember those conversations we had, and you said that for months. I do remember that, Lone Star.
Like, this guy he's going to come to the table. We're not going to end up getting the fight, and it's a shame at this point. And people, what really gets under my skin is how they are bad-mouthing Al Heyman and Errol, and just all the side when we all know everything they touch is gold. And yeah, man, like when you're at the top, first off, it's lonely at the top, and you ain't got to do anything. You ain't got to lie. And we'll see the receipts because Errol is he anything he goes where he goes, it's a big fight now. It's a big fight. If someone gets to fight him, it's a big fight. Dude is the man. And Bud, man, respectfully, man, you remind me of myself. Jealous, hating ass, envy, just wicked shit, man. Wicked stuff. It's muffed up. But yeah,
I got a question. Was you done? I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. My fault.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Eman.
What if Bud gets a Keith Thurman fight, hypothetically, even though and that fight does exceptional numbers? Is he able to go back to the table and get a better deal, or is he would still be in the same mud he's been in right now?
Same thing, because Keith Thurman is with PBC, and Keith Thurman has a fan base and is a draw. So he's going to make a case to get more money, if not 50-50 down split. But if Bud beats him, if he beats him, though.
No, you misunderstood what I was saying. Not the negotiation with Keith. Like, I don't care what the percentages are between those two. I mean, say the numbers go out the part. Does that make him? Is he able? Is Bud then? And Bud would have to win, of course.
Sure.
Would he
Sure.
be able to go back to the table with Errol and get a better deal? Or
Sure, why not? And then I'm gonna give you that real. Sure, why not? But I'm gonna give you the real. No, Terence is not trying to fight anyone else or do anything. He just wants money, in my opinion. If he
everybody
was
wants
gonna
money,
fight,
brother.
if he was gonna fight someone else by this time, he would be lined up. And like Fanon keeps saying, there's nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to fight. I mean, you go back and look at his resume at the 47 range. He only fought what Kavaliauskas and Sean Porter. Those guys were mandated though. All the
Hey,
rest of
real
that
quick.
crap.
Finish what you're saying. My bad. That's my bad. Oh, we got
No,
young
no.
billionaire came on something else. All right, bro. I hope this is the real young billionaire, bro, who came under a different name. And it's not. Please do not be King, because I definitely apologize to young billionaire before you get on here, brother. I'm sorry if I talk crazy.
We good. Yeah, man. I apologize. No, we good, man. My bad.
Oh, we are good. Okay, cool. That's what's up. I like your comment,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I know you are. I didn't mean. I'm sorry, brother. Trust me. I just get so
I'm
many.
sorry too, man. I couldn't hear you because I was in the car and I was switching between Bluetooth. But that's all, man. But it's all love, bro. I just want to speak on the whole ESPN situation, man. As far as that goes, I just don't believe some of the reports that are coming out, especially when Espinosa's in the boardroom and clearing it up and coming out immediately and saying what he's saying. So I have a hard time actually believing the no guarantee part, man. It just I don't know, Fanon, man. You know a lot about this stuff and you break down a lot of things. So it just seems like it's a bunch of lies, which is why I wrote that. And I just should have put something in front of it so you wouldn't think I was talking about you. But it's all respect, man.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Yes,
Seriously, I fly off on dudes. I mean, man, seriously.
You
my
probably
wife
you
told
probably
me-
deal with a lot of people that come at you on a daily though, champ. Especially if you and you on a certain side, or people feel like you're on a certain side with these two fighters. They probably come at you on a daily, so you probably are used to getting heckled. So I understand, man. But I just think that it's a bunch of bullshit, man. As far as it goes.
Yeah, you're about right, man. So, hey, dude, you're welcome on the channel anytime, man. You got that permanent apology. Let me explain the permanent apology thing, bro. Permanent apology is you get to get on the channel whenever you want. All right. So you got the permanent apology, man. Because I did not mean to disrespect you like that or none of that, man. So that really is
I didn't
my
mean to
fault.
disrespect you either. I do no internet gangster stuff, man. I wasn't even on that. I really come in peace, man. I didn't want any problems with you. I respect the channel. I respect what you do. And I respect my boy Steph on here and whoever else you got on the panel. I didn't mean to, interrupt the conversation.
What up, YB?
Yeah, what's up?
YB?
Hey, I unhid him.
YB.
You good in the chat, YB. I unhid you.
Yeah, but YB, hey man, you and Moni been hitting it all week. Good content, sir. Good stuff. We appreciate it.
All right, let me get these two super chats real quick, and then I'm gonna cut out. I hope you're gonna stay on, YB.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. John Boy says, shout out to the panel. Please don't stop the convo to read my super chats. I'm trying to, man, you don't got no choice, John Boy. I'm reading every one of you. Every time you support the chat, bro, you better believe I'm gonna read that. And then my man Malcolm Allen said, been busy at work a lot these days. It's great to finally listen to a live chat again. Yes, sir. So y'all go ahead and cook. I'm a cut for a minute, man. Can you moderate stuff?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, man. Hey, and again, YB, it's all on me. Anytime.
No, my bad too, champ. My bad for jumping out the window too on your panel, man. You got a lot of things going, and just coming on here and making you look that way, bro. I apologize too, man. We could both, apologize and move past. All love and respect, man. It's all love and respect to everybody on the panel too.
What's up, man? Y'all have a good time. I'll be right back in about maybe 5 minutes. You bet.
Yes, sir. Hey, but so what is y'all take about that 35% and wanting to see the books and wanting to see promoter expenses and stuff like that? Like, to me, that's kind of, I don't know. I mean, it just sounds sketchy from the jump, and I don't know. I mean, who do you think is leaking this information?
I personally
that's the problem, because it doesn't sound true.
I think it's a financial stuff, because name a boxer who's ever said, I need to see expense statements, things like that. That is back end stuff. Really, they should just be worried about the opponent, probably the purse. That's it. All that other stuff, that expenses, that's covered by the networks and the companies. Why does he need to know network and company information?
I mean, you kind of answered your own question with that, because you said it's back end stuff. But if I'm getting zero front end and I'm only getting back end, I mean, and you're not fucking me in the ass, then what's the problem with me seeing the books?
This is my thing. Y'all don't think I'm super crazy for saying this? but I'm half joking, but half of it is like, yo, maybe this is something else. What if this is just Errol trying to see what's really going on within the PBC? Because I've never heard Bud. I mean, and I know I'm talking crazy like it's conspiracy, but it's like I've never heard this much back and forth in a negotiation where you're like, look, well, I ain't gonna take no money, but I need to see all the expenses, so I need to see, this and the books and open the books. Like you're in a mafia, and the mafia's about to make you a made man, and they open the books to find out what's really going on with you. So I mean, it's just real strange to me to have all this all of a sudden just jumped out of nowhere.
Did any of you guys see and this is going to what you was just saying? Did any of you guys see Adrian Broner on the Queen's Flip podcast? Anybody? I'm probably don't know what I'm talking about. But he was on.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, he was on there about maybe a year and a half ago, and he was talking about the books and actually when, because you gotta remember they weren't always doing the putting everybody on pay-per-view and all that stuff, and he was saying a lot of things about the book. Remember, you might remember this part where Javante and I was saying you need to apologize to Al. He was basically talking about the books and how things wasn't right, and they found a lot of discrepancies. Who knows if they're true? I mean, it's definitely easy to point to make AB look like a disgruntled guy going through a lot. So he's not the best credible person. But what I would say is,
in fact, he's the only person though. E-Money. He's the only person. He's the only person I've ever heard. I said he's the only person I've ever heard complain about PBC. Before you go on, sir, because I want to hear more of that. Who else can you give other examples?
Yeah. When he went, like, one thing you can give AB. I mean, I'm not saying about lying in the truth, but when he does like go in on a subject, like he's not one of those guys that says something and don't give you all the pieces to the puzzle. Like he was dropping the whole Andy Ruiz situation. He was talking about the Robert Easter situation. He was going in on a lot about how certain guys were guaranteed this, they only got that. They were supposed to make it up in other fights, and he was saying a lot of stuff. And I don't know if it's true or not. That's not the point I just was making. But I always feel like if you're giving me if I'm signing to you to fight you, and I'm getting 0% up front, I'm getting 35%. I at least want to maximize my 35%. So I at least would like to be able to, because at that point I'm a partner. I'm 35% of that is mine. So I at least want to see what I'm getting at. But as far as what he was saying about the whole, man, I honestly think when it comes to Bud, and you guys know I'm a diehard Bud fan, support Bud. And I like Spence too. Like I'm not one of those guys that I'm not anti-PBC. I'm not anti-Spence. Like I want to see the damn fight. I think this is going to be a trilogy. I think it's going to be an amazing fight. But my only problem with Bomac and them is, and I'm critical of them too, I feel like they're throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I feel like they have no problem, especially with Errol, knowing Errol's the kind of guy that's really not going to respond. Worst case scenario, he might put an emoji up or something on Twitter. So they might just see what they're going to say and see what kind of response it gets. Because I definitely believe there's zero guarantee.
Yes, John
bullshit. I mean, but you want to get that, Steph, you want to get that super chat?
No, we got that earlier, gentlemen. Actually, that's all I was saying. Yes, we did, John Boy.
Especially with Bud coming from Top Rank, where all they get is a lot of upfront money. There's no way a guy that's coming from nothing but big upfront money. Because I've said, as far as money for what they get for their fights, him and Errol might get a little more, but they're not too far off. We all know Bud. We all know that he outsells Bud. I mean, he outsells Bud, but we all know that that Bud gets a lot up front. So there's no way he's going from 6, 7, 5 to 7 up front, and then now he's going to take 0 up front for this fight. I just don't buy that. I think that's bullshit. I think that was a bad business play to even suggest that.
E-Money, you said you're a big Crawford fan, huh? And even you think that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to anybody. That's why I would have liked somebody to prove who actually in the PBC, who actually on Bud's team said it. Because that makes no sense. Like if that's the case, if I would have been Bud and they offered me that, I would have said send the paperwork over, because I would have sent that right to Twitter, to the media, and show, look, these guys don't want to make that fight.
Yeah.
Because that's your trump card. That's your little joker at best. That's like, yo, if Steph sends me a 0 up front and 35% on the back, I'm like, Steph don't want to fight, man. Like, come on, this is the proof, man. If they sent that offer legitimately, they don't want to fight.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. If they did that to me, I'd be like, yo, all right, look, everybody look at this bullshit. Simple as that. Simple
They
as that.
sent that they don't want to fight.
Yeah, but you know, E-Money, like I said, sir, and like Fanon said it earlier when he was giving his spiel. Yeah, like the stuff that Coppinger reported. Yeah, we should get the guy who gave that information to Cop himself, so he can explain what all that means. Because, like I said, all that stuff that we're hearing, this came from Bud's camp. This is not coming from anywhere else but his camp. Whether it's Bud saying it, Bud's team saying it, they're giving the information and they're spilling this stuff out. In my point of view, anything negative that we've ever got has came from their camp. They're the ones who have to negotiate for more. Now they've dug themselves in a hole. Clearly, I think most of us can see because nothing is adding up. This, for me, all fabricated, all lies, and it's embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
Me personally, I think with that whole situation, I think people aren't realizing.
And one more thing, E-Money. Sorry, sir. One more thing, sir. And basically, we could call this a duck. We could call this a strategic duck. We could call this, you just want money, dude. We could call this, you really don't want to fight this guy.
You can't call it. Just wanting money and duck is two different things.
Yeah, I agree with
Look,
that.
man. Okay, fine. Let me give you a little quick disclaimer definition. They all do it, brother. Everyone ducks in the boxing game. Yes. And this, excuse me, it's a part of the dead truth that people don't want to look at with Bud right now. And you know what, man? Like I said, I get it, man. I understand it. I'm cool with it. I'm ready, honestly, ready to move on. Of course I want the fight. Of course I hope it happens. But I'm ready to move on because we're getting to the point to where it's not only messy and personal, but doesn't make any sense. But I would love for someone to challenge me where all this information is coming from him. If he's saying they're doing him wrong like that, man, they need to come on out with that stuff. And not only that, prove it. But another thing too, and I'll really shut up. Look at the patterns, brother. Look how Errol has been moving throughout his career. Look how this guy's been moving out and how much difficulty and discrepancies and complexities and all that crap comes into play.
What difficulties with Bud? Like, what are you talking about? Name me some.
Bud has always been very difficult. I could think of 3 fights in a row that he's been difficult to mess with. Starting with the Green Machine fight, he didn't want to fight that guy. They begged him to fight that guy, and it was money messy. You fast forward to Sean Porter, messy with him. It had to be mandated, and even then a purse bid, and it still comes down to the money in that.
And now
we're on to the
for that.
Right, and then now we're here with Errol and all this crap. And with E-Money, I know you know Errol he's the draw. He brings the bigger piece of the pie, and that's how this stuff works. Okay. So my point. Let me land this. My point is this guy is messy, and I'm ready to move on. And like Fanon was giving us all that truth earlier. Look, man, Al Hammond and Stephen Espinal don't play games. Like all the crap that's been coming out negative about them, dude. At some point, they're gonna be like, we're moving on. In fact, they told us that they were like, hey, this is not a big fight. We're ready to do something else.
I mean, with all that said, I mean, I think you confuse messiness with negotiating. You gotta understand, if people are calling you the best pound for pound fighter in the world, you're gonna have something in your head that's gonna tell you, regardless of the business side, something's gonna tell you something about what you're willing to put up with and what you're willing to fight and not fight for. You know what I'm saying? And that's a slippery slope because we all know that it is a business at the end of the day. But
what's Bud's excuse then? What's Bud's excuse then? I would love to know.
There is no excuse as far as that part of it. It's either they offer you enough to fight or they don't. And you could stay and listen, and this is the thing. And Fanon has said this, he might have been saying this shit May, April. As long as you're willing to have the conversation with me, I can keep playing the game. You know what I'm saying? Everybody says that the PBC has all these other avenues they can go for Buddy. Go to 154, fight Stanley Elsis, fight Boots, fight Virgil, fight all these guys, fight Rashidi. Hey, fight anybody, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day,
you're talking leverage. You're talking leverage at that point, sir.
Hold on. So at the end of the day, at the end of the day, everybody's saying they got all these other opportunities, but you're still sitting at the table with Bud, which means we know
Because
it's the
Errol
biggest.
wants
Hold
it.
on, bro.
Errol wants
It's not
it.
okay, bro. You just made my point. If you want it, that means I have some leverage too. We act like Bud has none whatsoever. But you guys say the biggest fighter at welterweight wants the fight. That's some leverage. If I know you want me, if I know you want this 4th strap, if I know you want to be the 9th guy on that 4th title undisputed list, I have his attention. I know that he wants to fight. So that's gonna give me some time to be like, you think they'd be still negotiating with Boots right now? No, they wouldn't be still negotiating with Boots. They would have moved on. They wouldn't still be negotiating with Keith Thurman right now. But this is a undisputed fight, 2 guys in the prime. And as much as you guys say Bud has nowhere to go, yeah, Spence can fight a lot of guys, but it's not going to mean to his legacy what this fight does. And money-wise, I don't think. Everybody thinks like this is just another one can step in that spot, and it's going to be just as good.
Hey, now, E-Money and Steph, I just have a question. You know, a lot of people are holding stock into what Coppinger reported, but they don't care about Lance Pugmire or what Espinoza, shot down immediately. And why are more people not talking about those 2 tweets? Are those multiple tweets from sources that that don't have anything like if Espinoza's in the boardroom and Espinoza's part of negotiations, why does his word mean nothing but Coppinger's means everything? I
don't take Coppinger out. I don't take Coppinger. Only thing I would say about Espinoza that I don't like, I don't think he should say anything unless he's willing to tell us the numbers unless he's going to throw out the numbers. I think he should be absolutely quiet unless he's going to be like, hey, we threw.
I disagree with that.
We threw. I mean, it's either you're going to say either say the business or don't say nothing. Hey, only thing.
But he did kind of say the business. He did say he was going to be close to a 50-50 fight when he was speaking. So, I mean.
Nah, but I'm talking about the numbers.
But gentlemen, what you guys are missing.
The percentage of the back end is the
He could come out and say, yo, we offered this guy, 40% is 10 million or 3 million or 1 million or 3,000.
Okay, but we're listening to reports that saying 65-35, but we can't listen to the nigga that actually making the deal. Like the dude
Espinoza never told you a number. That's the point I'm making.
Yes, he did. He said close to 50-50.
He did. But you know what?
50-50 mean though?
You know what, E-Money? He probably can't report the numbers because it's probably an NDA involved. It was probably a non-disclosure. I mean, it's probably a non-disclosure or something maybe in that point where.
So if there's an NDA, I can't say close to 50%. I mean, either can't say something or you can't.
No. You could kind of hint at numbers without providing exact numbers, exact terms, and exact amounts though. Money, but he was PBC and Espinoza were under so much scrutiny yesterday. I think he had to respond because of what ESPN is such a big platform. Once it makes headline news there, everybody is running at him. Everybody's tweeting. Everybody's saying you're doing Bud dirty. Everybody's saying you signed him to a slave deal. And so I think he was under immense pressure to the point where he almost had to respond because it's like people think that the fight's not going to happen. And he's just saying we're still in negotiations. So for you to say, and ESPN was saying that it's a 90% chance the fight is unlikely, not going to happen. And, it created a firestorm. And I think he had to respond without providing those necessary specifics because, negotiations can be kind of sensitive. You don't want to put out the exact numbers for a guy, that you're negotiating with maybe because people might think
when it was Pacquiao Manny, they were throwing out the number. They were saying, hey, Manny turned down 40 million. They were throwing those numbers. That was the biggest fight
heard
ever.
that Manny signed the contract and Bomac told Bud not to sign it. Because I think it was going to be an 80-20 split. Manny Pacquiao was going to get 40 million.
No, I was talking about Pacquiao Floyd, my boy. When Floyd offered him 40 million and they turned it down. I'm just saying like people, they throw those numbers out. But I just think at the end of the day, man, I think Bud is looking at the situation like he knows Errol wants that fight. He knows Errol wants that fight. He knows Errol's going to sit at that table as long as possible. And eventually, and like my dad always would say, don't go to war with nobody that gives less shits than you. Bud seems like the kind of guy that will sit there on his hands until he gets the number that is suitable to him.
So, I mean, but you saying that, in my opinion, it's like, all right, he wants the money, but they're kind of hitting that, well, he wants to fight, but he don't really want to fight. He's more concerned about the money.
I mean, I think it's both for him. I think if Errol was the B-side, which we know he's not, if Errol was the B side and he had to work his way up, he'd be just as focused on the money side as he would be the fight like Bud has to be right now. Go ahead, Steph.
I guess.
I was sure, but back to the Steven Espinoza comments. Look, he's the only executive who actually gives us nuggets, and I take him for his word. He's not lying. He's not lying about anything. Him, man, I'll throw Leonard in there too. They're not lying, guys. These guys are at the top. When Al and Richard were doing their thing, Steven was right there. He was he was the lawyer. He was the lawyer. He's been doing this and putting this together. He has a pattern of success. And I'm not going to, you guys can disagree with me, but I'm not going to let Bud and all this crap that they're saying and what ESPN has reported, because it's come out of their camp, try to smear them. So he said little yesterday. I don't even know what he said, because if you ask me, like Fanon said earlier, he don't have to respond to this crap. Bud has no leverage, money. That's not a diss. That's no beef. That's no shade. We're not trying to be disrespectful. We're not trying to belittle him in any way. That's real, and that's the fact. And when you go to these lengths, hang on. When you go to these lengths, like where we are today, October 1st, 2022, man, he's going to have boxing hell to pay if this fight A doesn't get done, and if he gets in there and loses. That I'm going to take your word, legacy gets ruined. So, that was harsh. You're just going to have to pay the piper on this one, brother. That's all. That's what my mom used to tell me. You're going to have to pay the piper on this. When you're fucking up like that, you're going to have to pay.
You kind of threw me off, because, at the end of the day, when it comes to negotiations, it's always going to be a little smoke in the truth and when things are said. So when you say everything that Bud and them do is a lie, and then everything Leonard and Espinoza are saying is 100%.
I didn't say everything he's doing a lie. I said everything that's coming out about them that he's, all the negative news. Okay, let me rephrase it this way, and I want to answer something in the comments. I see you, Justifan. No guarantee. Do you believe that, Justifan? You think Bud's gonna take a deal with no guarantee? That's a lie. But back to you, effing look, now I'm forgetting my thought. What was it again, E-Money? Go ahead.
No, my shit froze.
No, I was saying that Bud has leverage.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we was talking about.
It's always going to be how bad Spence wants this fight. Because Spence is like, yo, you know what, whatever, I don't need to fight Bud. Y'all can call me a duck, whatever. This wouldn't have been going on this long.
Facts.
This wouldn't have been going on this long. I mean, Spence really wants to fight. PBC, and the only reason, PBC is damn near doing Spence a favor by even letting it drag out this long. Because Showtime Espinosa should have been told Errol, man, let's go. You're going to fight somebody else. You don't want to fight Thurman? All right, then you fight Staniosis, and if you're going to go to 154, we'll throw you in there with, I don't know, Fundura, whoever was down with the PBC at 154.
Yeah, that confuses me. If they're not fighting, if Charlo and him are, I always hear Charlo saying he wouldn't fight Errol. I never heard Errol say he wouldn't fight Charlo. But if they're not going to fight, what's the point of him going to 154 and Charlo's got all the belts? So I don't know how significant them talking 154.
Timothy, put in the chat, hi, I'm discrediting Bud.
Jamel said he was gonna move up right after.
Yeah, I think all of them said they was gonna move up. I think his brother said he was going to 168.
I'm not discrediting.
Yeah, that's what they said was gonna happen. If I'm not mistaken, they said that he said that on the Last Stand podcast.
With Brian Custer, right? And didn't Spence have a sit down with Brian Custer or the DAZN show, and they asked him about his possibility with fighting
he said
Jamel?
he would have fought him. He said he would.
And he said if the money's right, that's the only way we can feed our family.
James said he don't see that happening. Derek James said he wouldn't coach nobody in that fight because those two are his guys. And Jamel said Errol like his brother. My mama told me we can't fight each other and shit like that. So yeah.
Yeah, Spence said if the money's right, that's the only way we can feed our family. So I would consider it if the money's right. But then like you said, Derek Jenkins and them said, man, that ain't gonna happen.
about Bud. Guys, okay, tell me how he's winning. How's it working? How's it
Steph, who
working
you
out
talking
for
to,
him?
brother?
He's talking
Seriously.
to chat.
I'm talking
he's
to
talking to
Motorsports
chat.
and I'm talking to Tim. They said every time I talk to about Bud, it's discrediting him. Guys, I'm telling you the truth. No leverage.
I mean, you can't.
What's up, John Boy? John Boy, hang on. This super chat. He said, I personally think Bud is laying the groundwork so they can label Spence as a duck, and I'm a big fan of both fighters. Thank you, John Boy.
Hey, that's
Thank
a
you,
fact. Because that ESPN shit was propaganda yesterday. I even went on TBV yesterday. The boxing voice, I had to tell them that shit propaganda, bro. Because you got to understand, all right, Fox, Showtime, PBC, none of those guys are sourced in with ESPN. They do not talk to them. So how would they get those sources? Who are the sources? It's obviously Bud Count, like the brother was saying in here. It's obviously Bud Count spreading lies so that they can have something to lean their shoulder on if the negotiations fall through, so they won't be to blame. It's already blame Errol, blame Al Heyman. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's propaganda, bro. You got to see through that shit.
I mean, you gotta understand this. Like this the thing. Like I think we're gonna get real sticky when we start getting to truths and lies, because in the negotiation you use certain tactics and whatnot, and you want to say and see things to maybe to get somebody to maybe show their hand or whatnot. Maybe I say,
But why are they
hold
lying
on,
saying
bro,
they're not getting guaranteed money?
Wait,
hold on,
hold on, gentlemen.
So,
Hold on, gentlemen. I wanted to say we just got a new super chat. Steph, you want to handle that one real quick?
Yeah, shouts my boy Zen360. Hey, I saw that video where Fanon gave you a lot of love, you and Deborah Brooker. I thought that shit was tight. But yeah, shout out to you, Zen. He says, so Copperture said all financial and material terms, items were agreed to last week. Is now saying it's not agreed to, so everyone is arguing over a report that was contradicted by the reporter himself. Laugh my ass off. Again, that's coming from the Bud camp, though. Copperture's reporting. Yes, it is. He's.
Hold on. When they said that, when
do you think Errol is disagreeing? Do you think Errol is?
Hold on, bro. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about what you just read. I'm talking about when they said it was agreed. There was different 4 or 5 different platforms that was saying it was agreed on. That's not all coming from Errol. I mean, that's not all coming from Bud's camp.
I believe it is because Errol hasn't said anything. And then when the last time he said anything, he said, "Wait, hang on." And one more thing, he said the last time he said anything about it, he said, "Yeah, I've agreed to everything." Steven said that. Yeah, we've agreed to everything. We're just waiting on Bud.
Hey, so and let me chime in too. Let me chime in.
So Steph.
All right, Blue Blood.
Oh, go ahead, Champy. Go ahead.
Came from Terence Crawford. Blue Blood saying his source came from Terence Crawford. Mike, all them niggas, Coppinger and all them boys, they ESPN boys. I'm pretty sure they have a link in with Crawford Count. So who else is it coming from? That's all I want to say. Who is?
Oh yeah, and I want to add on that too.
They
like,
agreed to all that.
They agreed, but then they have a financial holdup about something else that they just said they agreed to. Like my man said, how look at the contradiction. You have a guy that said everything was agreed to 2 weeks ago, and then even what Blue Blood said, Bud said he agreed to everything. So why is there a disagreement now after you agreed to everything? Like what's the holdup on the agreement? And that's what that's exactly what I'm trying to ask. Like, I don't understand if you keep agreeing to everything and the ball's in Errol Spence's court, and we keep saying everybody on here saying Errol Spence really wants to fight because that's the leverage that Bud has. Then why do these agreements keep falling apart? Where you were like, well, yeah, we agreed, but now it's falling apart because of the expenses, and we want to know. It seems to be something new.
How can you agree to terms and then disagree to the terms that you agreed on? That doesn't make no fucking sense, bro. They made a term sheet. They made a term sheet full of terms, or they made a verbal term sheet. They either said they spoke about the terms or they sent the term sheet. That term sheet is a contract that has to get changed multiple times, my nigga. So if we take that into consideration, bro, how in the fuck your term sheet that you're agreeing on is not a fucking contract that's already agreed upon, bro? Make that shit make sense, fam.
This is a little bit true because dealing with contracts and other kind of proposals is something called track changes, where if you don't like something, you put an edit, you make the track changes.
That's what I was saying, bro. The term,
yeah,
bro.
so
that's the
there's
term
got to
sheet.
be an
That's the term that
explanation
goes
for
into
that.
the term sheet, bro. That literally goes into the term sheet. You change like in the contract on that term sheet, bro. And then if you agree on everything, that shit is a contract now. Your name is on it. Come on, bro. You know this. Don't do that, bro. We know how contracts work, bro. I'm pretty sure
You said his
everybody
name was on
signed
it,
a
but you said you're
contract or two.
Bud didn't sign anything. I mean,
No, he didn't say he signed. He was just saying that if like 2 weeks ago the term sheet was everything was agreed upon, it should have been an easy switch to a contract which Bud would have signed.
Exactly, and that's all I'm saying.
Why would it be an easy switch if you're changing something last minute and the other side don't agree? It's not going to be easy. You're going to be back at the table.
So which side wouldn't agree? If you
So he didn't sign. So he didn't
They
sign.
never said he signed. Nobody's ever said
yes,
they signed.
Bro, everybody said he signed.
Bro,
everybody
no,
said he agreed to the
who
terms.
Is everybody?
Everybody.
Hold on, bro. Listen.
No,
agreeing to the terms and signings is two different things.
And listen to me, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, my nigga.
You're not listening.
Bro, I said if you agree to all of the terms in the term sheet, then the fuck are you going to turn around and disagree to the contract which has everything that term sheet that you agreed to it on?
Look what you just said. You just said if I
answer that, E-Money. Answer that.
Bro, stop cutting me off. I'm literally answering it. Calm down. If I'm agreeing, but if I already signed it, I don't even have to speak about it anymore. If you got my signature, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about.
He didn't say he signed it. He said it should have been easy for him to sign. That's what.
That's not. He literally just said that they signed.
Fam.
Am I bugging? Did you not say? Am I bugging?
I said no. You're not listening to me. I said if you have already agreed to the term sheet that they sent you. Yeah, right. You listening to me, right? Everything
I'm following you down the road. I'm following down the road.
Here, let me get the super chat. Let me get the super chat.
Okay.
My bad. We got a super chat right here for Motorsports. Go ahead and get that, Lone Star.
Yeah, appreciate it, Motorsports. He says if Crawford's saying he agreed to everything, what's the holdup? If Crawford agreed, and that's kind of what the young brother saying to E-Money right here that you guys are going back on. Go ahead, young man.
Wait, we got one more.
That's all I was saying. So,
hold on.
If
we
he
got
agrees to everything on the term sheet, that should be a signed contract.
Young King, we got one more super chat, a new one from Zenith 360. You want to get that one, Lone Star?
Shout out to him. He says PBC never had drama making fights or leaks. Not with Canelo, Pacquiao, not even Fury. And now they deal with the one person Bob told us always holds up fights and now got drama. Common denominator. Thank you, Zenith. Thank you, brother.
All right, I ain't gonna lie. Canelo and Caleb Plant did have a little problems because Caleb wanted that extra $2 million. He wanted $10 million instead of $8 that they was offering him.
But remember, hold on. We got a new super chat from Lawrence Johnson. You want to handle that one, Lone Star?
Thank you, Lawrence. He says but they're both experienced in this manner. Why would the result in termination of terms, Errol voice, stop the cap? He's talking about you, man. Appreciate you, Lawrence. Appreciate you, brother.
I think E-Money just misunderstood what Kels was trying to say. That's all. He was just a misunderstanding from, he said, and, if I'm saying this wrong, I'm speaking for you. Basically, he was like, look, if all the terms have been agreed upon, it ain't no thing of making that term sheet into a contract to be signed.
And that's a fact. That's all I was saying.
And I got that part, but what I was saying was if I'm sent something and I agree to it, and then my folks look over the contract and they be like, hey, you know what?
Okay, but saying, that happens.
Hold on, bro. Can I talk?
Goddamn,
bro. Can I talk? Bro,
that's what the term is for.
Bro, can I finish my thought?
Yeah. Let E-Money explain.
If I'm sitting there, if they give me these terms, because like you said, like Fanon said, you got to read something and then let somebody explain to you what's going on. He's not no lawyer, so if I'm thinking this, and then my lawyer says, well, right here they're technically saying blah 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 blah, and I go, oh, I don't like that. Tell them to change it. And now that might, in any negotiation, one little flaw, I have us right back at square one. So evidently it was something in there that he didn't like. and they went back to the table, and PBC didn't want to change it. Maybe, but my thing is this: like everybody takes PBC's word to the 10th power. Like, bro, these is businessmen negotiating. Nobody's gonna give you the 100% truth or nothing. Like Steph said, Espinoza and Leonard Ellaby have never lied to me. Like, bro, like, come on, they're negotiating. They're not giving you the 100% truth of this shit, bro. They're protecting the side. You said what?
The PBC hasn't really spoke about this. Espinoza really spoke more about his shit with Haney than he did about.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Hey, I get what you're saying though. You saying that nobody.
Hold on, gentlemen. We got 2 super chats. One one from Zenith 360 in the chat. It's in blue. He said they weren't in negotiations when Caleb spoke out. And then we have another one right here from my man John Bowie. He said, "I'ma hold my thoughts on this matter. Only important thing we get the fight. I refuse to blame either fighter." So you guys
respect. Hey, now, can I speak on something though? I just want to speak on about Bud Crawford and the whole situation with what we're talking about agreements and all. My thing is, I just want to go on previous history, precedent. You know, I hear Fanon and a lot of people speak on precedent, and this makes a lot of sense. Well, in the case of Spence, 4 pay-per-view fights, he's been on pay-per-view 4 times. Tell me when his opponent didn't get a guarantee up front. For me, when I look at precedent, I look at how they've done business, to think that Bud Crawford would get 0 guarantee when every opponent,
young billionaire. If
I know, I just
a person in this world that
people keep running with that though, man. Like people really, like man, they got Bud on 35% of the net revenue. But people really believe this, and then and I think what's adding fuel to the fire is that and shout out to Letitia Crawford, the sister of Bud, but she said, yeah, we if you defending Errol Spence, you a fanboy. She said that recently on Twitter, and I think that's adding fuel to the fire because it's people around Bud are kind of insinuating that Bud is being super lowballed and being disrespected at the negotiating table. But like people keep saying they want Spence to come out and call it a lie, but we don't have Bud we don't have Bud speaking on anything publicly about it. Bud is not publicly saying he's being extremely lowballed or disrespected. So it's kind of hard for Errol Spence to come back and say, Bud, you capping if Bud didn't say it himself. It's a lot of people like Bernie or his sis or whoever speaking for him. But it's nobody Bud Crawford has never said it publicly himself, if that's how he feels.
And I think you made a great point, because that's another thing. Like we always talking about these reports. You got to remember, these is reporters who's looking for any type of information to put it out there first. It could be a family member, somebody from Bud's camp that's far down the line, but these reporters might take it as church. So, I mean, like, I never heard nobody say that Bud told me this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, everybody knows, man. That I even know I'm a Bud fan. I like Errol too, but I know 0% guarantee is bullshit. I'm not listening. I'm not hearing nobody say, Bud's camp, whoever said it, whoever reported it, that's bullshit. Like, ain't no way in hell they offered that man $0 guarantee. There's no way after that fight, win, lose, or draw, he goes in his locker room and he's not getting a check. He got to wait to see what the numbers are. Like, come on, that's
but everybody's going to believe it because it's coming from a mainstream media platform, bro. Right. Like, you got fucking ESPN, my nigga. Everybody gets notifications on their phone. ESPN said that they offered.
Yes,
0%. Bro. Yes, 65, 35, 0% guarantee. They was talking about this shit on Max Kellerman shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. They're leading the public to believe this shit, bro. And they was calling Errol a duck and all on Max Kellerman show. Fam. Yeah.
This is true. This was yesterday. But real fast, to YB's question, that's a good question. On the real, like for real, I don't think either fighter has to say anything or should say anything because they are in negotiations. Right. However, like I keep saying, I'm gonna stand on this, E-Money, and to everyone who's listening, the stuff that Copperture reported came from them, from that side, from that camp. They're not. Copperture's not going to make that up. Not going to make that up. And it damn show didn't come from Errol and his side.
But did you hear what I said though? I said, imagine if that's
I did.
Bud, and that comes from your cousin, your personal assistant, somebody
Right.
that's not fully involved, and he
But
thinks
do you
he's
see
doing
how
it.
careful he's moving with that, bro? Like he's making sure it's not coming out his mouth, bro. He's making sure
Again,
you
that's
don't have
why.
to stand on that, bro. You feel me? Like he's getting
Again,
other people to report on it for him.
right, but which is coming from their side, from him. So
I mean,
that's
if Bud would stand up and he knew this, if he knew this was all craziness, he should be like, "Yo, man, look, y'all cut this shit out, cause y'all gonna fuck my money up." That's what
Why
he
would
should
he
do.
do that when he's the
oh
one that's
no.
telling them the news? He's the one that's breaking them the news.
I mean, I can't. I can't see. I don't see Bud doing. I mean, that would be so cowardice to me, and I don't see him that way.
Well,
Yikes.
Showtime, and
Yikes.
the Fox and all them not
Truth
doing
hurt.
it. You feel me? So
Truth hurt.
I mean, if he's doing that, I gotta, I gotta. I'm like, I can't. I don't know. Maybe
you gotta understand the benefits of doing that for him, though. He don't have to stand on that. Like he don't have to stand on those words that other people
Yeah, we
are
got those
reporting.
on.
He can still say while he's at the negotiation table, if that shit is fucking him up, he can be like, I didn't say that. That didn't come from me. You know what I'm saying? He can easily say that. You know what I'm saying?
That's still to me. I mean, I'm not built like that. Look, if I'm gonna shoot straight, I'm gonna shoot straight. I don't want to go around the world and go from point A to B. So I mean, maybe because I'm not built like that, I can't see another person doing something like that. So I mean, if that's what he's doing,
not for nothing. We just had that happen with I don't know if any of y'all following Lamar Jackson. The Ravens said they made a certain offer, and Lamar said he never got that offer. So I mean, right then and there, somebody's lying. Like I said, when you're negotiating, you're playing poker. You know, you're going to bluff a little. You're going to play games. You're going to use the media to your advantage because they know if the fans are starting to put pressure, especially if he'd have held out, they're starting to put pressure on you. Like, everybody's going to play. It's a game. It's a dance. You're going to play it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then when, once you sign, once the shit is actually inked in ink, then all that, like once this gets inked, you're not even going to think about the negotiation part of this contract. You know what I'm saying? Once, like, look how long we went with the Floyd and Pacquiao shit, blood testing, 60-40. I'm not doing 50-50. And then once that thing got inked, you didn't talk about that no more. You know what I'm saying? So people are going to play certain little games. You're going to have certain handlers in your corner telling you to do this and do that. Doesn't matter how you look, especially if you want to win the fight. If you think you can win the fight, you know what I'm saying? If Errol goes out there and Spencing, nobody's going to care how they negotiate. If Bud goes out there and Spencing, nobody's going to care about how the negotiation took place. But as far as the 0%, I knew when I heard that, I knew that was bullshit. Because I think if they would have offered him 0% up front, Bud should have shown that, because that would have just made their whole camp look like a duck. So I never believed that. What I do say, Bud knows.
Somebody got a lot of back, man. Somebody got a lot of back
in their background.
Hit that mute, champ.
Bud knows it's an uphill battle. I think Bud wants every dollar possible, and I think he's going to play the game to get his best dollars. I just going to have to wait until it happens, because the fight's going to happen. I never believed it was going to happen in November. You know what I'm saying? Because even when they said November, I think we were like at September, like what was that, like the 18th, the 20th? Like, I feel like I didn't believe that to begin with.
But the truth always comes out later on, bro.
Can I cut you guys off real quick? We got a new super chat right here. This is from Zenith 360. He said ESPN told the world Wilder contract wasn't valid. We also have one that said that they weren't in negotiations when Caleb Plant spoke out. These both are from Zenith 360. Thank you for supporting, Zenith. Thank you. Constant supporter. We also have George Bowie. I hold my thoughts on this matter. Only important thing, we get the fight. I refuse to blame either fighter. Same thing, John Bowie. Same thing, Mr. Bowie. And thank you for your support. Much appreciated. A long-time supporter. Thank you, OG. You guys can continue on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you got to understand the truth always come out about these situations, though, because if you remember about that Mayweather-Pacquiao situation, Freddie Roach confirmed that Manny Pacquiao didn't want to take the drug test because he was scared of needles or some bullshit like that. So,
Yeah, but
it's
there was a
always
point after
it's
that they said they accepted it in Floyd, and then the fight didn't happen a whole nother year when they claimed they accepted it. They even did like a whole documentary on that. And like you just said something about the truth. Like what I was just saying is when it comes to negotiation, that whole truth and all that, bro. That like I said, bro, that's like us playing poker and you bluff and I call you a liar, bro. Like we playing a dance right now. We playing a game. We trying to get the most money possible. So I don't take this part of it personal.
No,
Yeah,
but
I don't think nobody said.
I understand that point, but at what point do you got to look at your team and be like, all right, look, y'all got to calm it down because is it helping? Because if he doesn't get the fight, it didn't help. Now, if he's just like you said, if he's gambling on this, all right, fine, I understand. But if he's really, really like, I'm trying to get the most money I can, it's like when I go to a car dealer. I'm going to the car dealer like, yo, all right, this is how much I want to pay for this whip. And they're going to try to, no, look, if you don't meet this price in a couple of minutes, I'm out the door. So I mean, that's
and what if he let you? What if he let you walk?
Then I walk.
What if you underprice him what the value of the vehicle is?
What about underpriced? Right. But that's me going to him. But that's me going to him. And he has the right to be like, yo, I'm not going to do that. But don't. My whole thing. I mean, like again, this is one of my personal quirks. That's why I probably can never be a negotiator. I don't like going back and forth. I don't like a whole lot of conversation. For the most part, so I'm just like
that's why you pay people to do that. Because a lot of people is like that. But my thing is, y'all keep saying Bud don't got no leverage. Like you don't negotiate with somebody for this long with no leverage. You'd have been walked away.
Right, but I said that earlier. Like,
I think that's the problem. I think
money. Okay. I'll grant you that, sir. I'm gonna ask this question: what is Bud's leverage in this negotiation with Errol Spence Jr.? I would love to know.
The negotiation.
Hold on. His whole leverage.
I think
his whole leverage is the fact that Errol Spence wants that fight, and that's the thing. And they're doing anything that they can to try and get Errol Spence to fight that he wants because he's not looking anywhere else.
The leverage is this: 3 things. It's the biggest right now. We all would agree that anybody stop me if we're not saying this is the biggest fight right now in boxing. Anybody saying that it's not? Okay, that's the leverage. You don't think so?
I think it's a lot of fights.
Hold on, guys. I think Fanon wants us to answer the question below asked by Zenith 360. It says, did Bud have any issue signing to a dude banned from the USA, but somehow what he asking PBC is reasonable? Can we speak on this topic real quick?
Zenith's just asking questions. He's just asking questions.
You know them niggas over there, they been
on Bud. Les Canahan was like, look, get down and lay down, because that's a good question. Why didn't he do all his due diligence with Canahan? Or maybe that's why he's doing the due diligence now, because of Canahan.
Man, hey, if we're going to talk Canahan, that's a bad decision. Why would you go get involved with that guy? Why would you go get involved with?
Let's be clear. Let's be clear about something. The history of boxing, bro, got nothing but gangsters in it.
No,
not do that.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Given what we know about him, given how all that has transpired, why would you go get involved with that guy? I'm just asking a question.
I didn't know nothing. I didn't know that guy.
Been a poor business.
Today reported it.
He's been a poor business. I mean, he was rolling with Fury, and Fury already had those issues, right? And then he went. Maybe he promised him sunshine and rainbows, and now this is where we are. He was promising him an opportunity to help him get away from
money up front. That's what a lot of them dudes do.
I mean, that's how you do it.
But Outlaw, like, look how long it's taken Fury to get to this stage. He needed PBC to even. He needed Wilder to get there, because before that he was nothing. Before that he was nothing. So
before that he was out of shape and depressed, because he was a unified champ before the whole Wilder PBC thing. So we can't.
But my point
was
he was on a draw.
Wilder brought him out of that funk. He gave him an opportunity,
no question.
Just like he did for Ortiz, when nobody else would fight him, and Wilder was out there searching for those fights and making the big fights because Joshua was running the entire time. Which look how that played out for him.
Yeah, we can't forget that Eddie Hearn did purchase Luis Ortiz to shelf him so he didn't fight any big names. because he was the WBA mandatory for Joshua at the time, and Eddie Hearn was not going to make that fight.
Nope.
But back to finish Ashley and Steph. I mean, a couple of y'all said that there's bigger fights. Okay, so if that's, I mean, but I don't see us talking about no.
What's up, Bless 365? Blessed says y'all acting like TBC doesn't have his own advisor. He does have his own advisor. He does.
Who is it?
It's his manager, Bomac.
Come on, man. He tells Bomac what to do. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, I mean, that's really what I get out of Bud.
Respond. I see you, Moneybags. Go ahead and respond, King.
Say that again, bro. I can't hear you.
Oh no, I was saying you can go ahead and finish your response. I see you, rubbing your head.
Yeah.
Wait. My bad to cut you off, E-Money. It's only because we got a new super chat from John Bowie.
John Boy.
Thank you so much, Fanon, for having this late night live for us. I was having major withdrawals without no ring show. I feel you.
Yo, hey, I swear this morning I was like, "Where's everybody at?"
I knew he wasn't having, because Fanon said something about his like a basketball tournament or something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But no, continue on with your point, Moneybags. How you were?
Yeah, I just was saying as far as like his leverage, you know, when you don't got no leverage, you know, that when you having a conversation and negotiation with somebody with no leverage, they give you your offer, they quick to walk away. You know, Spence hasn't walked away, so just in his actions of this still continuing shows that Bud has some leverage. But okay, if y'all don't want to say it's the biggest fight in boxing, it's one of the biggest. Yeah. He has the 4th belt. He has nobody cares if you're a three belt unified champion. If you want to be undisputed, you're gonna have to go get that strap. You might have to pay a couple extra dollars to get that strap. And on most pound for pound lists, Bud is ahead of him, and this is the guy that's in your division. You really want to prove you're better than this guy. And so, you know, and at the end of the day, Bud, even though people aren't going to say, oh, 140, what big deal? You know, Bud can say, I'm on that list. You know what I'm saying? So that's a list that Errol wants to get on. Like I said, like, you know, Steph, I can tell you're a smart person. And, you know, you had conversations with people that have no leverage. You wouldn't be negotiating with them for a year, damn near a year now. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, D, I agree with you, champ.
And I agree with that.
I just want to say I agree with the point of him saying that Bud does have some type of leverage for Errol to sit and you know,
it's like the only fight that he won.
The one for that 4th belt, you know, to negotiate for this long and still be sitting at the negotiating table, like you said. I mean, like D is saying, if he had absolutely no leverage, he'd be like, man, get the hell on. I'm moving to 54. Simple as that.
Yeah, get the fuck on. Like,
but he wants that undisputed. That's the thing. His whole leverage is the fact that he definitely wants that fight. There isn't any other fights out there for him.
He got the 4th Infinity Stone. He got
right.
the last piece of
we got a question or inquiry from Zenith 360. He says, yes, every Bud advisor and manager up until this point are PBC rivals. So asking for their books is clearly an ulterior motive, if true. You guys want to talk on that?
I already said it was conspiracy a while ago, but I was just joking.
Hey, Zenith is asking some questions though.
I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing
I was gonna say I got another quick question I want to slide in there. Why is Bud ranked higher than Errol on the pound for pound list? I don't really care too much for pound for pound list anymore, but why is he? Y'all think?
Because he did it in three
especially at this point. Pardon me?
Propaganda.
Divisions. That's why.
I heard you said 3 divisions.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay.
I mean,
Canelo then, bro. Canelo.
I think it's this. In my opinion, it's this. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't argue with nobody if they had Errol higher, Bud higher. You know what I mean? Because it's an opinion. Pound for pound is an opinion based thing. But I think what it is why Errol's ahead. It's the way you look at stuff. Errol is somebody the reason why a lot of boxers pick Bud to win. Bud shows you different. And look with the whole switching stances and stuff like that. You know, he shows certain dynamics that come off impressive. And I think Errol is looked at as a tactician and real technical and kind of comes at you one way. A lot of people say he can switch it up. Some people don't think that he can. So people feel like when you're perceived as not being able to switch it up, they feel like somebody can, because, you know, like Floyd was the best for a while. And what they always say, who can crack the code? he always has a plan B and C, and Bud's kind of been put in that box of, he can switch different stances. He has a plan A, B, and C. So in your mind, that guy losing is always harder on your mind than a guy that just does one thing. And then three divisions, undisputed at 140, come up. You know what I mean? So, it's easy to put that guy with that kind of resume at number one or in the top three.
And Dongo. Hey, I like what Bless 365 said. She said Fangas and Famotas. I'm gonna have to use that one, man. I like that one.
Another super chat. This is from Lawrence Johnson. It says,
Dongo.
There's an external factor. Zenith 360 introduced postponing this. ESPN only creative a narrative to make Al Heyman the bad guy.
I said that shit, bro. That's what I was saying when I was saying that's propaganda, bro. It's propaganda.
And then you see some of these other channels running with it. And, it's some channels that I used to actually watch and respect. And just recently, man, they just really been just doing too much, man. Like, kind of lost me. I won't name those channels, but I'm sure y'all know who I'm talking about.
Right.
Could it be that ESPN doesn't have any stake in this fight, and Bud was on the ESPN, and they're kind of salty that ESPN is shut out of this mega event? Could it be something like
they would be
like
mad at
Connor
Bud, not at Al Heyman, because Bud left them.
Nah, no YB no, sir. ESPN's not, Bob Aaron's not involved at all. And what's really sad about that question too is that they could have tried to make this fight. They could have. They never did. So here we are today. BBC and Steven Espinoza, the only ones who put up money for it, or Fox didn't even try. So here we are.
I heard that Fox did make an offer though. I thought Fox did make an offer.
Yeah, I think they did.
Nah.
Yeah, I thought Fernand told us that. I think Fernand said was on the Showtime and Fox.
Guys, gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe that. I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe those Fox rumors, because Steven Espinoza, first off, he's already campaigning for it and/or in negotiations trying. He put up the money. He's the distributor. He put up the money to distribute this fight. Not only that, probably for now, what are we in October? I know when I try to go back in my mind, at least since last December, he's been talking out in the open about this. He is a professional businessman. I don't think he would be out here running his mouth if he didn't have this fight in his grasp. Like, I'm not going to insult him like that.
Steve Espinoza gave you that think that man don't lie, but you discount.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
When he says something, you just take it, bro.
It's he's the only.
He's been pretty credible, to be honest. Has he not been credible
promoting the fight?
You said has he been credible? I mean, we don't know we don't really know what's true and what's not true, bro. It's all speculative at this point.
No. Ebony, Steven is not lying, sir. He's not lying. What is he?
He's not lying.
I'll ask you.
What would it benefit him to lie on? Like, what do you think he said could have potentially been a lie?
What did he say? What had he said?
All he said was that they're still in negotiations and he can't, reveal any numbers right now. That's what I got from the tweet. I mean, that's what the tweet says. He just said,
I'm not talking. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about, did Fox make an offer, and he said he didn't believe it. That's what we were talking about. I mean, why would Fox lie about Fox making a play for the fight?
Well, I'll ask you, E-Money, because you asked me, what do you think he's lying about? What has he lied about that you think he lied about?
It's not about.
Hang on, YB. Hang on.
Go ahead.
It's not about picking. It's not about. It's not a.
No, sir. I'm asking you. I'm just asking you.
Bro,
because you start going on. You start talking about something else. That's not what I asked you.
I didn't say a damn word.
You did. I know you were going there. But go ahead.
Look what you just said. You knew where I was going. I didn't say.
I do. I do.
So let me answer the question, bro. You don't know, bro. Just because you believe something one person says and that makes you believe what he says is irrelevant.
What has he lied about? Tell us in the chat.
This is what I was going to
say. Are we reading this at the bottom?
Yeah, go ahead.
Muted.
$150.
Are you going to read that? Are you reading that or not?
Phenom moved it, but go ahead, E-Money. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just, I'm meddling, but go ahead.
To answer your question, what I was going to say was this: to answer your question, it's not that he's not lying or lying. It's that when everybody else, when we don't have full proof that they're lying, you get like this, your antennas go up. But with Espinoza, it's just like, like he's just at face value. Like he's not negotiating and playing the game too. Like you say, he's a credible businessman. You think the people at Fox aren't businessmen? Why would they lie about being in negotiations for the fight?
Fox has not said one thing about Errol Spence and Terence Crawford fighting. They have not said one thing. No representation, not a representative, nothing. Not only that, hang on. Not only that, you want to challenge Steven, right?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't trying to.
Go ahead, Wabi.
No, I'm just saying I haven't seen anybody come out from Fox that said, yeah, we're pitching in negotiations. I heard that was a report. But like you said, I didn't see anybody from Fox clarify that and let it be known as fact. I don't know. I don't know what to believe in that situation.
I have a lot of trust in Stevens because again, his credibility.
Does Showtime officially have this fight? Is it
I believe so.
I said, is it official that Showtime has this fight?
Yes. They're a part of the offer. Again, they're a distributor. Showtime is showcasing the fight.
And he put the money up. He came out.
Steven put the money up. Where do you think that guarantee comes from? What they're negotiating about is the split on everything. And Terence, just if I could speak for him, he doesn't trust him for some odd reason. I don't know why. Y'all have to ask him.
I don't know if y'all went over this before I got on, guys, but what's with he wants to know every detail of the negotiations, where the money's going. Did y'all go over that?
No, that's a hell of a question.
Like, you know what I mean? Like he's saying he wants to know, Bud wants to know every detail on the splits as far as who's paying for what.
Phenomenon.
Excuse me. First of all, love you, blessed 365. Only comments I'm reading, the whole comment section of yours. But until you broke up and said this, let me explain something. He is not asking for, according to what Mike Coppinger said, he's not asking for visibility into what the expenses are. Because that's cool, whatever. He's asking for approval.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge difference. He's asking for approval. He's saying, before you spend anything, I need to approve it. Which means if they try to hire somebody to do a video to promote the fight, to promote the pay-per-view fight, right? Because Tay Jones, man. Shout out to Tay Jones. If y'all don't know Tay Jones,
I spoke with him. That's his name, Pac-Man Tay ATL.
Yeah, man, I spoke with him. I spoke with him yesterday and the day before. Got a chance.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Tay Jones. But Tay Jones, who is somebody that has a lot of information that don't ever share any information, because he's trying to be, respectful of people. He had
close my door.
Steven Espinoza on his channel. And Steven Espinoza said what the pay-per-view, how much for Showtime pay-per-views, how much of the Showtime pay-per-view goes to fighters. And he said roughly 90%. If in some cases a little more than 90%, in some cases it's a little less than 90%, but roughly 90%. And anybody that works in technology will know why he said that. He said because with Showtime, because they're selling on an app, they have very little cost associated with the distribution. The cost associated with the distribution is pretty much the internet provider, right? And how much they're paying for the internet provider, Google or whoever it is. They don't actually have to pay a local cable provider and the cost associated with a local cable provider to get something out on Showtime's app, right? Where a lot of people watch the fight, or on Showtime, because they have their own distribution network for anybody that subscribed to the channel. So he said it's roughly 90% go to the fighters. Easy peasy. What Terence Crawford is asking for is not just visibility into the cost, because that's easy. What is the growth? What are the costs? Okay, this is our cost. There's no reason that's not complicated for them to justify any type of amount, any type of money that they take out. The problem for me, and I'm not speaking for Steven Espinoza or Showtime or anybody else, but for me, is that you're asking me for approval of all the costs. Do me a favor. Think about, just for 1 second, think about you going into business with somebody and you saying, okay, I want to have an event and I need to approve the expenses. How many things are you staying? What do you have to do in order to buy anything? Very simple question. What do you have to do to buy anything if that person has to approve the cost? You have to ask them, right? Because that's what approval means, to approve the cost. So you have to go to them, literally call them and say, hey, I would like to buy a pencil because I'm going to write down, because my secretary who's doing this needs to be able to take notes. So she says, hey, I need a new pencil. That pencil is going to cost 35 cents. That pencil, the only reason I'm buying that pencil is because I am writing notes associated to this fight. So that is going to be included in the cost. Do you want to have to ask Terence Crawford if you can buy your secretary a fucking pencil? No. That is the difference between having transparency and knowing that you spent 35 cents on a pencil versus asking the permission to spend 35% on a pencil. For me, the idea that Terence Crawford would ask Al Heyman for Al Heyman and Errol Spence to ask approval from him before they spend anything is fucking stupid. No, I am not asking you permission to do shit. You are the fucking B-side. If you want to get paid out of the gross, here is a very, very simple solution. I am going to anticipate or estimate my costs being around what Steven Espinoza already said, 10%. So if we sell 1 million pay-per-views at $70 a pop, what is that? $70 million, right? I agreed that my costs will be 10% of $70 million. Dumbass. So I will then subtract $7 million from 70, you dumbass, and say 63%, $63 million will be the growth, will be what I'm paying you out of. So let me take my little my little calculator, you dumbass, and I mean it. Any of you guys actually acting like this shit is confusing are a bunch of dumbasses. And I mean it, all of you. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're a fucking dumbass if you can't figure this out. Calculator. $70 million times 0.35. Or actually, we got to reduce that.
63.
Because you're paying out of the gross. So say times 35% of the gross. But we're not gonna do that. We'll say net. No, gross. Fuck it. Just say gross. We're gonna reduce that to 30% because we're not paying you out of the gross. We're paying you out of the net. 30%. No, this is the gross. I'm sorry. Because we've already reduced it by 10%, which is their cost of operations or cost of sales, but it's their cost of operations. So it winds up being $70 million because that's what they sold it for, right? So let's do this. Mm-hmm. Shit. $70 million times 90%, because that's minus the 10%, right?
All right.
Times 0.9 equals $63 million is what we're talking about. So $63 million, which will be our agreed upon gross, a net, times 0.35, which is your percentage. You get $22 million. 22,050,000 if you do 1 million pay-per-views. That ain't algebra. That's simple fucking addition, subtraction, and multiplication. Steven Espinoza already told Tay Jones, we pay fighters roughly both fighters combined, roughly 90% of the pay-per-view. Why is that? And why isn't that 50%? Because they're doing it through an application. In an application, you do not need local distributors, which decreases your cost. So we will agree that you're going to get that Steven Espinoza, and let me prove this shit to you dumbasses. Steven Espinoza does not get paid off of pay-per-view. They could give a damn about $70 million of pay-per-view. Showtime gets paid off monthly subscriptions of $15 per subscription per month times 500,000 people or 700,000 or 1 million subscribers that get to Showtime every month to watch Shameless. Remember this? Shameless. All kind of other shows that are on Showtime. He wants new subscribers. So what does he do? He says, I will give you access to our distribution network, provided we can do what? Allow it to be our pay-per-views to be sold out of Showtime's app, and for the replay to be on regular Showtime. So our customers that want to buy the pay-per-view and see it in real time can pay $79.99 to see this in real time. If they do not want to see it in real time, they can watch it in 2 weeks when we show it on the regular show. Right? Not complicated at all. So what will they do? They will say, well, how much money of a guarantee do I want to give you? Well, the guarantee is going to be related to the people that are going to watch the show on replay. Right? Because the pay-per-view is going to get paid. The pay-per-view, everybody watching paying for the pay-per-view is paying up front. It's BYOB with them. So it doesn't make me a difference as long as we get to show the replay. But we're going to pay you X amount of dollars for the rights to replay the pay-per-view. So that's why they'll pay a guy $1 million pay-per-view, $1 million guarantee, or $1.5 million guarantee. Why? Because that pays for the amount of money you would pay for those guys to watch it on replay on Showtime. Because some people are only going to watch it on replay. They'll be like, oh, I'll wait to see the fight. Right? But if you pay for it on pay-per-view, they have the distribution network to do it. But there's not a lot of cost associated with that. Now, listen to this. What about Paramount? Paramount don't mean shit. Paramount is a publicly traded institution. They don't get paid off freaking pay-per-views. They get paid off the value of their stock price. You think they care? You think Paramount cares about 70 million measly fucking dollars? No, they do not. They care about their stock price going from $100 to $150, or from their stock price going from $100 to $70. Whoever it is that owns the umbrella company that holds them is more interested in their stock price than they are in the individual returns on any business that lies within it. They care about their quarterly reports to the Securities and Exchange Commission. Do you not know how this shit works? If you do not know how this works, shut up. They are publicly traded institutions that turn receipts in or turn reports called a K. I can't remember what the name of the reports are, but the reports are turned in quarterly to the SEC. When investors get to read their reports for the SEC, then they say, ooh, it looks like you're failing, or ooh, it looks like you're really good. And then they report those out there on all those financial institutions, and then they turn around and say, oh, wow, it looks like you really did a good job. We really think we should trade your shit at, instead of $100 a share, to $150 a share. When you go from $100 to $150 a share, you're talking about multiple billions of dollars, multi-billions on the stock exchange. That's what they're dealing with. Everybody else underneath that is a cost associated with their operations, which rolls up into those K1 reports that go to the SEC and then allow them to have an evaluation on the value of their stock. You do have 401ks, right? Right? All these people that have all this money invested in 401ks, they are thinking, oh, wow, this company may be falling. These guys own 15, 20 different companies. So no, they do not care about specifically earning 70 million piss ant dollars on the stock exchange, on real dollars. They care about that shift. They care about that shift in their valuation on the stock exchange, where you have everybody damn near in the United States of America's money stuck on how it does. So let's go down from that real money shit down to this pity shit you're talking about. Stephen Espinoza does not care about the return they have on they do not care about the actual dollars that they have associated with their pay-per-view. 90% of that pay-per-view is going straight to the fighters. Easy. Bud asking, however, for approval on expenses from a multi-billion-dollar corporation for some pissant ass fight that they don't even care about. They don't care about boxing. They only care boxing to the extent that it increases the viewership or maintains the viewership of people that are on Showtime. You're not going to get approval. You're not going to get it. You may get visibility into it, but they're not even going to give you that. What they're going to do is say, look, dummy, you don't trust me? You think I'm going to steal? I'm fucking Showtime. We are, what do you say, Paramount? We're Paramount. You think we're going to steal from you? You fucking peasant. I'm not stealing
Straight up.
from you. You're a fucking peasant. Dude, no, on God, on real. Dude, I'm from Chicago. There's this family called the Pritzkers.
Yep.
The Pritzkers could walk by you. You would never know who they are. Man, they will spit $70 million at you.
That's the governor.
Yeah, exactly. Man, dude, his family got so much dough. Dude, this shit is ridiculous. Dude, the Pritzkers. Dude,
they sent my cousin to school for nothing. Like, just because they knew her.
Exactly. They will spit $70 million at you.
That's like the Waltons and the DuPonts. The Waltons and DuPonts can do that easy.
Dude, those guys will spit $7 million at you. Oh, you want $70 million? Open your mouth. For $7 million. Dude, they ain't thinking. Hold on, let me finish and then I'll let y'all get back into it. They're not thinking about $7 million. They're not thinking about $7 million. So the idea that you're going to ask a multi-billion-dollar corporation for approval of their expenses, no, you're not getting it. Sorry. Errol,
do you think that's what the holdup is?
What'd you say?
Do you think that's what the holdup is?
Dude, Let me tell you what I think. Let me tell you what I think the holdup is.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give. Well, first of all, we'll go two ways. Let's just treat that this is true. That he really did get an offer of zero money up front and $30 on a back, 35% on the back end. Let's act like that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna assume. I know some of you guys are having a hard time with this assume thing. Let's assume that that's true. The only way that he gets that is if he is insulting the people at the operating table so much that they're like, dude, you really think we care about you or this fight? Or what Errol thinks? We don't. Offer me something else, and I'm going to go down further. And the only reason that he would agree to that is if he got told so many times and got him and his team got humiliated at a table so many times that they literally had to accept nothing up front and 35% on the back end. Or these guys are like, I'm going to tell you right now, we don't care what Errol wants. I don't care what Errol wants. Errol's in an exclusive advisory agreement with me. And you are running around in the media calling me a slave master. You are running around to Mike Coppinger talking about how we don't want to do this. You're revealing the details of the negotiation, all of that shit, and you don't want to sign with me? You think you're going to go off and take our belts and go run somewhere else? No. Fuck Errol. Errol will go fight eventually when Errol spends all of his money up. When he spends all his money up and waits long enough, Errol will agree to fight the next guy I say fight. That's what I would do if I was Al Heyman or Steven Espinosa. Look, bro, I love you, Errol, but we got Boots right behind you. We are not giving this clown any of the stupidity he's asking for. We're not giving him rights to our books because who is he? He doesn't even have a job. He's fucking unemployed. No promoter wants anything to do with him. Bob Arum said he lost money. Eddie Hearn says he doesn't want him. He act like because he's in the Hall of Fame, that means shit to me. I don't give a fuck about your Hall of Fame. Fuck your Hall of Fame. Get in the Hall of Fame. There's a whole bunch of broke niggas in the Hall of Fame. Enjoy it. That don't mean you getting my money. You kidding me? These white folk don't give a fuck. And I mean it. I'm going to say white folk. They don't give a fuck. They will be like, dude, here's a fair offer. Take it. He wanted 50%. Errol said 40%. How did we get from 40% to nothing up front? And 35%. How did you get that? Listen to niggas like Bernie the Boxer. If it's true, when I say it's not true, I'm begging. I'm hoping it ain't. I'm hoping it's not. Do y'all not pay attention? I'm not biased, you idiot. Get out of here, bro. I'm telling you real truth. You guys can talk. You can talk all that shit you want. I've dealt with it in real life. I've done $1 million a month in sales. $1 million a month in sales. $1 million in a month. And you know what the dude that I was making $1 million a month looked at me when I asked and wanted to do things he didn't want to do? He's like, look, bro, I'll get somebody else. Bye. Who else is going to pay you what I'm paying you? Nobody. Anybody going to give you an opportunity to run an organization like this? No. I have somebody sitting there that may not be as good as you, but they will be as good as you in about 8 months. So thank you very much. Get out of my fucking face. It's the biggest professional failure I've ever had. So do not tell me that these people that are playing, that got this money in their hand and know damn well you don't have no options on your end, will not throw your ass out of the room, bro. They will throw you out the room. They will throw Errol out the room. They will throw everybody that looks at you out the room. Do not get cute. You ain't that important. If Michael Jackson ain't that fucking important, nigga, you are not. If they can flush, if a multi-billion-dollar company can flush Bill Cosby, they will flush your ass. You talking about some piddly ass? You talking about some piddly ass $1 million pay-per-view fight? If you're lucky, you get $1 million pay-per-views. No. So if you want to ask my analysis of if that's true, that's what the only way you can get there is that Al Heyman and Steven Espinoza are sitting there like, man, Bud think we give a fuck about him. We don't. You think we give a fuck about Errol. We don't. And I mean this. Think about it from this angle. Think about them not giving a fuck about Errol. And saying, look, bro, you done broke an eye socket. You done been in a car accident.
Detached retina.
Yeah, you done had a detached retina. You done been in a car accident. You think I'm gonna make this fight just because you want it? No, I'm not. If shit don't work for me, it ain't working at all. Errol might be the one that's trying to save Terence. Errol might be the one that is out there like, nah, I want this fight, no other fight. I want this fight, no other fight. I want this fight, no other fight. But you got Terence out there acting cocky. Yeah. I've been told you that I do not think that the PBC wants this fight. Why would they? Bud don't sell nothing. Again, let me repeat this. You're unemployed. You're unemployed. Bob Arum said we don't want you. The only thing we're going to do for you, Bud, is pay you on a fight-by-fight basis. Am I making that up? No. Bob Arum said we will have Errol fight with us on a fight, Bud fight with us on a fight-by-fight basis. If the finances work for us on this fight, we will take the fight. But other than that, we ain't working with you. So Bob, Terence Crawford did not walk away from that PBC contract. I mean, from that Top Rank contract. The Top Rank contract walked away from him.
Think they pulled it?
What? Yeah, they wouldn't offer. They didn't offer. Him. They did not offer him. They did not offer him another multi-fight deal. They said we're going to deal with you just like we dealt with Marvin Hagler. We're going to deal with you on a fight-by-fight basis. So if you don't have a job at Top Rank, the other major promoter in the United States is Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn said, we don't want to sign you because we don't have a fight for you. That means you are unemployed.
What if Bud goes to Golden Boy?
What?
Who you gonna fight?
He ain't going to Golden Boy. Golden Boy ain't trying to sign him. Golden Boy ain't trying to sign him either.
True.
Golden Boy didn't offer him nothing.
True.
Golden Boy ain't trying to sign him.
In the American market right there. That's
it. Watch this. Take your ass to Golden Boy. Take your ass to Golden Boy. I mean hardcore. White folk, we will put you in chains for 500 years shit. Take your ass to Golden Boy. What? Golden Boy offered you money, take it. Take your ass to Golden Boy. What?
But he only keep, and all you see him doing is calling out.
I know cats want to talk, but I'm gonna get on the real shit. Nigga, take your ass to Golden Boy. And fight who? Virgil Ortiz? Right. You think they're gonna give you? They think you're gonna give you any money to fight Virgil Ortiz? Cokehead ass, Oscar De La Hoya that won't even get a fight for Speedy Rashidi Ellis. You think all of a sudden Oscar is gonna turn into your savior? Take your ass to Golden Boy and sit on a fucking bench.
That's
no
true.
Fucking way.
What makes him think that he can get a Charlo fight? If he doesn't, what
He
makes
ain't
him
getting no
think that
Charlo
he's
fight.
a Charlo fight?
Charlo,
Right.
what do you mean? He ain't
Right.
getting
That's
no
what I'm.
Charlo fight.
He keeps
Charlo's fight,
demanding it.
what?
Right. He keeps demanding it as if they're going to
Dude,
go ahead and pass up the bigger money fight.
He ain't getting nobody's Charlo fight. If you cannot agree to, if you are going to run, I'm telling you, man, how cats think. And you can blame cats all you want. And you can say they're bad people all you want. They don't care because you ain't even buying his pay-per-views. You're not buying his pay-per-views. Y'all are some cats on the internet that do not even get pissed off about watching ads on a YouTube video. Shut your ass up. You don't super chat. You don't even fucking, you get pissed if you got to watch an ad in a YouTube video. Do you think I give a god dang about you? I don't give a fat rat about you. You know me, tell what I care about? I care about Showtime subscribers. I care about Showtime subscribers and whether or not they're going to continue to pay their $15 a month. And they are already paying for that without your ass. And on top of that, you're going to act like you're going to take everything and run. You're going to run? You're going to win this fight and go off and go where? No, you ain't going, dude. Ain't no way, man. And you guys can think I'm making this. I'm telling you the truth. All these other cats, I ain't got nothing against any of these other channels, bro. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know where they was working before. I don't know what they was doing. But I'm going to tell you straight to your face, these people are fucking ruthless. Ruthless. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. You are over here. How do you go? And again, let me remind people of where I came from in this original conversation. How do you get to 0 up front and 35%? Think you were somebody's kid. And you tell somebody, hey man, I'll pay you $5. I'll pay you $5 to mow this lawn. And how do you get to 10 cents? How do you go from $5 to 10 cents? How do you get a worse deal than I offered Yordanis Ugas? Yordanis Ugas got $1 million guaranteed, and he got a percentage of the pay-per-view. How do you wind up getting less money offered to you than Yordanis Ugas? When Errol originally said, I will pay you 40%, 60-40. And you're like, no, 50-50 or no fight. And now you playing around with Mike Coppinger. Man, Mike Coppinger will get your ass nothing. Because you think you're being cute. You're not being cute. That is Terence Crawford's camp. Get out of here. And I'll bust your ass out. I don't give a fuck. Go to Bernie the Boxer's video where Bernie the Boxer talks. Go listen to his last 3 videos. Every single solitary fact, everything you hear from Mike Coppinger, you can hear on the Bernie the Boxer video. Everything. Especially the portion where he says, hey, we just want to be able to know where all the money is. Bernie said that in the video, in his second to last video. I heard him say it. Where do you think he got that from? He got that from Terence Crawford. So where do you think Mike Coppinger, who said the same thing, got that from? He got that from Terence Crawford. Hey, did I miss you? Always miss you, Blessed 365, because you don't agree with me on nothing, but you still listen. No joke. The only reason that you get there is and all of this shit seems to me to be that these guys are pimping or are killing Bud in that negotiation. Like the longer you go, the more we're going to choke you. The longer you talk, the more we're going to choke you. If you say you want to see approval of my expenses, okay, fine. No. Now leave this fight and go get set up. I hope you was keeping your money tight. We hope you was keeping your money tight. Because if you talking all that dumb shit about how much money you got in your bank account, Bro, we'll wait till your bank account drains dry. And you think I'm doing that? I'm not encouraging this. I'm just telling you what people will think to you if you challenge them. You play with these cats with their pocketbooks, bro. Like for me, dude, none of you niggas know contracts. No joke. And I mean this shit thoroughly. I mean this sincerely. None of y'all know them. I could write some shit that would fuck you to death and you would never know it. I mean it. I could write some stuff that if I did a contract, I could negotiate. If you agreed to that and just signed it, I would screw you to the ground. You would wind up owing me everything. No joke. Everything. Because I've listened to people that you guys follow and people that you respect saying, oh, just sign a contract. It's not that big. No, C-Joe, I'm not. Stop what? I'm telling you the truth. Will and May, there's a huge difference. I'm telling you the truth. I've done it. I've written contracts where I thought to myself, man, I hope these people read this because I don't owe you anything. Like, you think that my termination clause in the master service agreement matters when I have a statement of work that tells me I can fire you at any time? All I have to do is not give you any work. What do you mean? Yeah, I have to give you 30 days. I have to give you 60 days notice before I get rid of you. And if I get rid of you, if I terminate this master service agreement, then I got to do X and Y. Oh, yeah, you got all of that. However, you missed the part where it says statement of work. I can terminate any statement of work at any time. So if I can terminate this statement of work, dude, that means you're getting paid off this statement of work. That means I can just fire you, but you keep your job. I've literally driven people to say, hey, man, will you just do me a favor and just say I'm still employed? Give me a note that says I'm still employed. And I said, no worries. I give you that. Yeah, you're right. You're still employed, man. You're still employed. Even though you ain't earning a fucking dime. And you will never earn another dime, period. Until my boss says, put him on a contract. Give him a statement of work. Give him something. Yeah, you're employed. Yeah, you're a customer. But you ain't getting paid nothing until I put you on another SOW. Nah, bro. It's vicious out there. And you think these cats, you think people go to school, you think people do this shit and they doing this shit for a joke? They're not doing this shit for a joke. These dudes will steal every penny you got. You think these, 360 deals and you give me this advance and, nah, bro. No, bro. And I mean this, bro. I'm going to do this for real. Dude, that shit is stacked against you. You do not play with that. If somebody offers you a fair deal, take a fair deal, bro. Take a fair deal. Do not get cute. Do not start playing in the media. Like, these guys are not going to be like, man, he's playing in the video. He's playing in the media. This guy, Al Heyman, of all people, you're going to try to make this dude look like he's a slave owner. And you think this dude's just going to brush that shit off like it don't matter? You better hope he does. Because if he doesn't, he'll tell Errol, fuck you, and he'll tell you, fuck you. Errol, let me tell you the truth. Love you, brother. Love you. But you can't take no fight without me. I've read the deal. I know Al Heyman's contracts. I'll tell you flat out what his deal is. Nobody that is in an advisory deal with Terence, with Al Heyman can take any fight without his approval. Unless they have negotiated themselves out of that particular portion and built something in. His general boilerplate contract says that if I am your advisor, I have to approve. Notice the word approve. Every fight that you take place that you fight in, which means he can do what? Say, no, I don't approve that. He can freeze you out just like Bob Arum can freeze you out. He can. None of these guys are putting their hands, their fate in the hands of a 28-year-old boxer. They're not going to do it. They've invested in you. They've invested in you. They've invested money in you. They've given you fair deals, but you are not going to leave. You're not going to lead them over a cliff. And the more you try to humiliate these guys in public, the more likely they are to just get stubborn. You don't think they got egos? You don't think they hear this stuff? They hear this stuff. So I'm sorry, I went a long time on this, and I'll let it go. But so you asked me the question: if it is true that he got to 0%, $0 up front, and 35% on the back end, that is because these guys said, "Fuck you, bud," because you are asking for things and doing things that we don't like. So we don't like you, and we don't want to help you. But we got to go through the motions for Errol because we like Errol. We like him. However, let me tell you what I got. I got Jaron Ennis right behind you, bro. Stone cold facts. And you know I love Errol Spence. I love that dude. He's a great dude. I love Terence. Terence is a great dude. But right behind that is Jaron. Look, man, you 32 years old. You got a torn retina. You flew out of a car. We don't know what's going to happen with you soon. I'm not capping. I'm telling you the truth, Blessed 365. But just because, I like you, I'll let you slide on that. At the end of the day, they will say, we'll just wait for the next guy, Jaron. We just wait on him. No worries. We're not going to go out of business. Errol, we'll be moving. You'll be moving up there. You'll be fighting Stanley Onsis, who is what? Somebody that is managed by Shelly Finkel, somebody that we like. Somebody that we like. We like Shelly. Shelly's loyal to the team. We like Shelly. Shelly got this little soft touch called Amanda Staniansis. We're going to get Shelly Finkel and Amanda Staniansis a little bit of money by getting his ass whooped by Errol in Dallas Stadium in front of 40,000 people. And then we're going to keep pushing from there. Now, if they're making it up, the other side of it is if they're making it up and it's a lie that he didn't offer him $0 up front and 35%. Then what I think is these dudes are just clowns. Because I have no idea why you'd be out there lying on these dudes when they're in a good faith negotiation with you. If they didn't want the fight, they would just say, no, we don't want the fight. And they would make another fight and keep it pushing. No, why are they going to lie to you for? Boxing is a niche sport. But that's my take, if that makes sense to you. I'm sorry, I went too long. Much love to everybody, bro. Y'all keep it cooking, bro. But we got the numbers back up to 418. So y'all need to bring that smoke, man. What's going on with y'all?
Hey, E-Money, real fast. That's why I take Steven Espinoza his face value. He's not playing around. He's a businessman. If you understood that. And for real, man, like that's nothing to be played with. And then all that information that keeps coming out, like that's coming from Bud and the team. Like, why would these multi-billionaires be playing around and lying to make one man look bad? That does not make any sense. It makes no sense.
Why are you addressing that to me? I said I'm a
because you asked me that.
Zero guaranteed and 35% was bullshit. I said that like 5 times.
Again, you asked me why do I take Steven Espinoza's face value, his word over Bud's word. That's why. That's
not what I said to you. I said you call everybody.
I want you to go back and rewind the tape. Then just when you have time. When you have time, sir.
Bro, I clearly said it like 10 times. I said when his name. I said you believe him, but you don't believe everybody else. I wasn't just talking about Bud. Don't mix my words.
I see.
You know what he was saying about numbers. I started doing some research, and I didn't even realize Showtime has 27 to 28 million subscribers. That's a lot. And they paying
on that note,
$15 a month.
YB.
But you said Paramount, aren't they owned by like Viacom or something like that? Like CBS or something?
CBS.
Yes.
Crazy conglomerate. Yeah.
CBS.
And I want to kind of switch gears and just throw Tank and Ryan in there. I said this a couple streams ago. We don't get that fight unless Oscar says yes and allows his fighter to go across the sea, because DAZN is subscriber base just like Showtime. So when it comes to boxing, that is. So if they were to try to even ask for that co-promotional crap and all of this, shared data and all that, they're gonna be like, cool, put your numbers up. And when and if they do, it won't be enough to compete with what Tank is bringing to the table. So the only way we get that fight is if Oscar says yes. That's the only way. I'll say it again. It's the only way we get that fight. So all this talk and speculation about it, no, I'm bringing that because that's the business of boxing, sir. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that stuff. They don't even like talking about it, but I'm like, I'll bring it up because it's the truth. And then, I'm coming back to the Errol situation and Bud. People want to rip down Errol for that because they don't believe the truth. And and me personally, I'm just not gonna let it happen, man. I'm gonna keep stand on my stoop and keep saying what I'm saying. And that's the long and short of it. Nothing more, nothing less. Keep playing with the people who are above you. Keep playing and see what happens. You guys go.
All right, let's switch up gears. I've got this whole Shakur and Haney thing. Do y'all want to see that fight?
Hold on, OG. Hold on. We got a super chat real quick from Zenith360. He said, "Oh yeah, I contributed $30, so I now want budget approval rights for Fanon boxing account revenue, all of it. That's reasonable, right? I'm sure Fanon will agree, or he a duck and mistreating me."
Zenith. Oh man, Zenith. Hey, we appreciate you keeping us afloat today, sir. Appreciate that 360 and all motorsports, everybody, man. There have been a lot of people in the chats. Paul's in there early. Shout out to you, Bless 365. Shout out to you too, E-Money. You bring it every stream, brother. I love you, man.
One more
Keep
super
it up.
chat from our OG John Bowie. He said, "Good night, all." In Asian, so our eyes ain't that big, so next to impossible to keep them open. Good night and God bless. Have a good night, John. Be safe.
Yeah,
man.
he was saying I'm Asian, so my eyes ain't that big.
Oh,
for sure.
We weren't trying to take it there, but no. Salute to the OG, long time. But keep going, guys.
Shout out to you, bro.
I think Haney will take that fight, but I think Haney's not going to take that fight until 140, in my opinion. I see Haney fighting Kambosos and then Lomachenko, and then I see him starting to drop those belts and moving up.
But just the thing about it, the way those belts, let's say if everything was equal and there's no real corruption in boxing, which is whatever, Haney's gonna have to fight some tough, non-top ranked cats because they all are gonna go after those vacant belts. If Bob don't pull some shady stuff, or if whoever doesn't pull some
wait, what you mean? Say that again. You lost me.
What I'm saying is with Haney, I'm thinking if Haney goes to 140 and he has to fight, I don't think Bob can pull unless he's just going to do some crazy. I don't think Haney's going to just have to fight top ranked people because those belts are up in the air right now.
Two belts will be at PBC because Albert Puello has the WBA, and I believe they have Zepeda versus Regis Prograis. They're going to be fighting for the WBC. Personally, I think Regis Prograis will pull that out, and I believe he's either fight-by-fight basis, but he has done a few fights over there on PBC, so it's going to take Haney a little bit of a road to get undisputed at 140 because the belts are scattered like Dragon Balls.
Hold on, what you mean a road to undisputed? You think he's just gonna go up to 140 and go undisputed too?
No. But what I'm saying is this: for him to fight Shakur, it's gonna be for a belt. and it ain't guaranteed that Haney's gonna have a belt at 140.
I mean, he's not the super champion for the WBC, but he is for the WBO, so he can move up and fight. Does Taylor still have that belt?
Right, Josh Taylor.
Yeah, unless he vacates and goes to 47 to fight Bud.
Which is
then he'd be fighting for a vacant belt. I mean, like at the end of the day, I don't see. I mean, Shakur a bad boy, man. I mean, everybody thinks that Shakur just trash Haney. I don't got that. I got that as a competitive fight, but I don't see Haney taking that fight. I don't see Haney taking that fight over the Loma fight, like because if he is scared, which I don't think he is scared, but he already can say like everybody has known that Loma was next. Like we have not hid the fact that Loma is next, and I don't think he's gonna. I don't think Bob or Haney is gonna bump Loma out that spot.
And you know what? I'm gonna go out on the limb.
Because for real, real quick. Because for real, Loma would have had that Kambosos fight over Haney if Ukraine wasn't at war. So I feel like he probably owes him a little bit, and like you know what I mean, like gonna keep his spot in the line. And he knows he got Shakur coming up. Get Shakur one tune-up fight at 135, and then you know he's going to get one of them boys. And I think that's when Haney's gonna start.
Thanks, John Boy. Hit them likes, y'all. It's free.
Hey, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say. This is Devin Haney's last fight at 135. This rematch with Kambosos, I don't think he fights Loma or Shakur, and I think it's going to be because he's going to say. I mean, I think it's because he's going to move up to 40 because he's draining himself to make 35, and I think that's going to be what's said. And I guarantee. I mean, not guarantee, but I'm going out on a limb and say he'll drop the belts after this fight.
Yeah, I said the same thing. He don't really look like he can keep making 135 over and over again like that because you know when you look at him, he just look like his all of his water weight is gone. It look like he don't have no water.
He said this was the first time he had to put the sauna suit on and hop. You know what I mean? And get
yeah, but that's because he got a nutritionist. You know what I'm saying?
He gonna keep it. He gonna keep it.
Nah, it ain't. Nah, it don't work like that
older,
all the time. Yeah, exactly. Like his body mass.
I mean, you can't say that older stuff because you know a guy like Keith Thurman's been at 147 since he was an amateur, whole career.
But Keith Thurman is not a big guy. Keith Thurman's like 5'7". He's 5'7". He's like every bit of 5'7", bro.
I don't know how tall he is to be honest, but I mean,
he's not a big dude, bro. He's not.
So by being
he
big,
made
you mean not a big dude, you mean a tall.
Last fight.
You mean a tall dude? You're saying tall?
Nah, he just Devin is more filled out. Like he's tall.
More filled out than Keith Thurman. Yeah, tall. He's taller than Keith. He's taller than Keith Thurman, but he ain't wider than Keith Thurman.
If you know how body mass works, you know a lot of BMI for a taller person, it looks different, and it's different for them to make weight than a smaller cat unless they're more a slim frame. You know what I'm saying? It's harder for a tall dude that's a naturally bigger man to keep coming down than a smaller cat that's standing around that weight to just, you know what I'm saying, make that weight. It's different. Like that's all I'm saying. Keith Thurman is like every bit of 5'7". He stay around 154, 160. He don't really blow up unless he's very inactive, which he has been these last couple of years, but it's not that hard for him to lose that because he has a lot of water weight. And even when he's making 147, he's not draining himself to the point of damn near death to make it. Like Devin just started back making 135 comfortably, and that's because of his nutritionist. But he's gonna keep continuing to add muscle, and because he's working out every day, he's trying to stay around that same weight. But when he's inactive, but how long can you really stay away from your natural body weight? You know what I'm saying? Like when you're not working out and you're not staying at your peak weight, yeah, you're gonna slip away from that. You get what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I hear you. I think Haney's gonna fight twice at 130. I think Kambosos.
He might can make it one more time. He might can.
Hold on, gentlemen. We got one new super chat from Zenith 360. He said, "I said repeatedly, PBC was sued for overpaying. So the only way I see Bud getting no guarantee is if he bartered it for a rematch." Or he disrespected those executives, which Bud team did for years on YouTube.
There should be another one with Alvin. Yes, Alvin Lewis.
Let me see if I can find it. If you got it, I see it right here.
Damn, Pop,
Alvin Lewis said Floyd Mayweather is wedging himself into the negotiation because he has a connection with Al Heyman. Why isn't no one mentioning this? This could be a contributing factor why they are lowballing Terence.
Oh, isn't he a co-owner of PBC?
With that bullshit.
You missed Alvin, sir. You missed some nuggets. So I advise you to just rewind back maybe about 20 minutes and start from there. You'll enjoy. Fanon was dropping heat on that very thing. But Floyd's a promoter, and he's aligned with PBC / co-owner, whatever that means. But he's aligned with them, so same thing. I think he just wants to announce the fight. That's all. Give it some love, give it some pop. But
like you said, if you didn't hear from him, then it's not real.
Right. I like what someone said earlier, that they think Devin's gonna do one more fight at 35 and then possibly move up. I think that too. Gosh, I guess the
You
only
mean
thing
one
I'm
more
holding
fight
back,
after Cambosis, or we're talking about just Cambosis?
just right after Cambosis. Yeah. But what worries me that he won't is that, I mean, like, man, where do all those belts? Where do they go?
They're gonna spread out.
At 35, I think if he vacates, it'll possibly be those next challengers, number 1 and number 2 in the sanctioning bodies. They'll probably fight for the vacant belts. So that could be spread around through numerous companies because PBC might have a fighter or two, other kind of promotion.
I mean, not the contenders. You got to think about the regular champions.
Right.
There's only one though, E-Money, which is Tank.
Right? Just
Yeah.
think that there's no.
No. Well, WBA is the only one who's got a regular belt. And I think the WBC has an interim belt, and then IBF they just have an outright champion. Same thing with the WBO. Devin. I wonder who's number 1 for WBO though when it comes to 35.
I think it's Loma. It might be Loma. It might be Loma right now at number 1.
It is Loma. For the WBO.
You know how they,
WBO, it's Loma.
It is Loma.
You know how they throw Loma in the top of everything.
Yep.
But man, like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think Loma beats them all except Tank and Devin at 35.
Think he'll beat Shakur?
You think Loma beat Shakur?
He's got a real chance. But also too though, I forget Shakur moved up though. I really do.
Yeah, that's that Haney fan in you. You want to forget that?
Nah, well, hey, I got Haney now just based off his last performance. I got Haney beating Shakur for sure. Off that last performance, for sure.
Off Shakur's last performance?
Yes, I do. Yeah, because Devin's footwork is better. Like he moves too much. Like Shakur just kind of sticks and sits and check swings. Now don't get me wrong. Like he could have got that guy out if he just would have stayed with the jab and beat him down. But he was trying to get him out, so he got away from that. Was just kind of swinging all over the place. But again, Devin's footwork is really, really good, gentlemen. I mean, really, really good. He's in, he's out, he's gone, and he's sticking or he's holding.
But do you
he's not going
to
say again.
Do you think that's going to actually work with Shakur? If Devin's in and out,
hey, money. I mean, Devin's good, man. I mean, I know I talked down on him in the past, but Devin's still one of the best boxers in all of boxing.
Hey, man, we got 3 more minutes, bro. I'm about to read these super chats that y'all keep screwing me over on. And then after that, we're going to cut it out, bro. Zenith360 said, I said repeatedly PBC was sued for overpaying. So the only way I see Bud getting no guaranteed is if he battered it for the rematch and disrespected those executives, which Bud team did for years on YouTube. No doubt about it. Let me get this last couple super chats. I'll let y'all roll. I'm just kind of playing. John Boy said, hit the like, it's free. Yeah, stop robbing me, man. Get on them likes. And then 360 said, I said repeatedly, Oh no, I did that one. Sorry, bro. Man, thank you so much, Zen360. And then we have my man Shoney D in the building. He said, Do y'all think how Bernie talked so bad about the PBC calling him B Buds ECT played a part? I mean, we'll see, man. But it was me. Like I said, I'm a jackass. It was me, I'd be like, okay, yeah, all right. We'll see, bro.
8 for 9.
What's up?
You know, like when you like back in the day, like when you hear people talk about managers, they always say like they work for me. So why do you think these boxers sign a deal where they can't make a certain fight without the manager or advisor basically calling a shot? Why do you think they sign those deals?
Dude, these guys ain't got no money coming in the door. These guys are first of all, they're kids.
That's why Haney did what Haney did, because Haney had money. He wasn't worried about being poor.
Haney's different, man, because Haney's different because Haney, first of all, Haney and Errol are different. Not just Haney. Haney and Errol and Floyd are different. Floyd had a father that already knew the game. His brother knew the game. His uncle knew the game. Those guys already had enough. They already knew what the deal was, and that's how they got him to Bob Arum. They may not have had a lot of upfront money, but that's how they got him to Bob Arum. Errol Spence had enough money with his father to be like, look, they didn't have to take any crazy advances and all of that stuff because he had the money. So then he gets with Al Heyman, and they trust Al Heyman. Yeah, right? They trust Al Heyman, period. I mean, dude, everything that I've seen, bro, is Al Heyman. I think Al Heyman found a niche in boxing by being fair to people. Like, I have a friend, and that's what this fucking Ishe Smith, bro, pissed me off with this shit. Talking about what deals have you negotiated. Man, look, dude, let's put it this way. I know very, very well about how Oscar De La Hoya got away from Bob Arum. Know exactly how that went down. All of those contracts were contracts of adhesion. They're all contracts where the promoter has way more leverage than the other guy. Because, and this is what it is. I've said this a million times, if cats don't catch on to it. The problem with them is that they can shut down you can shut down your contract with them, which is true. You can refuse to fight. They can shut down your contract with them because they would have to actually they have to pay you some minimum, right? Some minimum guaranteed if they don't make a fight. So that would make it think that the leverage is in your favor, right? If you don't want to fight, you don't have to fight. If they don't want to give you a fight, they still have to pay you money. That makes you think that you're ahead of them, but you're not. Because outside of your contract, they have contracts with 15 other fighters. And on top of it, they've got another business that they're running, usually, whether it's music in the case of Jay Prince, or whether it's music in the case of Deontay Wilder's manager, or Jay-Z, or Floyd Mayweather Jr., who's already sitting on $500,000. If they don't want to do anything on you, it's not going to hurt them because they've already got multiple sources of income not associated with your contract. You can't keep Floyd Mayweather Jr. Gervonta Davis can't keep Floyd Mayweather Jr. from doing an exhibition fight and earning $10 million. Shakur Stevenson cannot keep Bob Arum from representing Lomachenko on ESPN contract and making $1 million per fight, right? He can't keep him from earning money. But if those promoters freeze out the boxer cannot deal with any other promoter, and no other promoter can even talk to them. So they, in a practical sense, have the ability to put you in the poorhouse. And all you have the ability to do is keeping them from buying a new Benz. That's the relationship. So no, those fighters work for those promoters in a real practical sense, because where's Shakur gonna go? If Bob Arum does not promote him, Al Heyman doesn't promote him, and Eddie Hearn doesn't promote him, where do you think Shakur Stevenson is going to wind up in 3 years? In Newark, New Jersey. In Newark, New Jersey, working at a gas station. Because he did not go to college. What's he going to do? Being a lawyer? Not unless he takes his money and decides to go to college. He's going to be right back. That is where he will end up if those guys freeze him out. So no, the promoter does not work for the boxer. That is a lie that they feed you. And they say, well, if I got to pay you a minimum every year, sir. I got to pay you $10,000 for this fight and $10,000 for the second fight. That's $20,000 he's on the hook for. What is $20,000 to Jay-Z? A dinner out with his wife, if he so chooses. What is $20,000 to a guy like Bob Arum that has $300 million? It's nothing. Now, he may not want to lose it because they don't want to lose it, and they may work with you, but they do not work for you. You cannot work without them. You work for them.
Go home.
It is a lot. What? Somebody said something?
I think he was talking to his doggy.
Yeah. It is a lie that the fighter works for the promoter.
I can build a house in Beverly Hills.
That the promoter works for the fighter. That's just a lie, bro. That does not work out. That does not make any sense in a practical sense. If I've got $50 million in my bank account and you have none, and I can make a fight with any other fighter, I can sign any fighter that I want to sign at any time without asking you. But you cannot take a fight without asking me. And if I can't agree to sign you to a fight for you, and all I got to do is pay you $20,000, I can give you, or it's less than that. If you guys honestly, me saying $20,000 is gracious. Most of these guys guarantees are somewhere around $1,000, $1,500. Any of you guys in 2 fights a year? Can any of you guys live off $3,000 a year?
Never. Can't do that on $3,000.
No.
You cannot live off $3,000 a year. So do not tell me you have any leverage with these guys. You do not. Until you get to a championship, at which point in time, what are you doing? Because you cannot live off $2,000 a month. What do you have to take from me? It starts with an A and ends with an E. An advance. You have to take an advance. Say, okay, I know you don't have a fight, but I'll give you a $2 million advance. $2 million advance. So what does that mean? You're working for him until you pay that $2 million off. Right? You're not out of the red until you have earned $2 million in fights. So, I mean, the short of that is no. You work for the promoter, and if you're not on your P's and Q's, you work for the manager. Which is why guys do what? They turn to the streets, and they deal with dudes in the streets that got a lot of cash. So, what happens when you borrow $500,000 off cats in the street? Right? That's why Devin Haney is not in that situation, because he already had a dad with money. That's why my son wouldn't be in the same situation, because I can afford to pay for his trainers. I can afford to pay for his travel. I can afford to pay for his rent. I can do all of that stuff. He can live in my house. He doesn't have to do all that. That's not the case for most fighters. You know what I mean? So anyway, sorry about that, man. I went on long. John Boy said, what'd he say?
I said appreciate that, Fanon. I really do, man. I know my tone can spike up, and that's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, this stuff is really complex, and frankly, if I'm speaking for the fighters, it's even above their heads. I mean, like you said, it's
they're
advanced.
18, 19-year-old kids. How are they gonna know this?
Right.
They're 19. I mean, it's for real. They're 18, 19-year-old kids. Shakur, I listened to Shakur. Dude, Shakur Stevenson's 22 or 24, whatever he is. He's 24 years
25.
old. Or 25. I don't care. You can be 28. So what? You're still in your 20s. You're still in your 20s. At 20 years old, what have you done at 20 years old? Shakur Stevenson spends all his time training and learning how to throw jabs and hooks. All of his time is associated with learning how to be good in the boxing ring. It's not realistic to expect him to know how to read a contract, let alone negotiate one and have the money in the background to be able to keep himself out of a bad situation. All of these fighters have to fight themselves out of that. So that's my problem with you guys tearing down Al Heyman. Al Heyman takes 20 when other managers are taking 30, he's taking 10. And on top of it, he's saying, I won't even take my 10 unless I get you a certain amount of money. If I get you less than this amount of money, I won't even take a percentage out of it. You really do have a guy that, from what I can see, because like I said, I've read his agreements. And I know what goes into the mind of a person that's writing an agreement. I can read one and be like, this dude's trying to fuck you. This guy right here is really trying to kind of help you. Because he's saying, look, dude, I'll only take 10%. If I do not make a threshold, right, of say $100,000, I won't take any of my percentage out of that. If I ask you to take a fight that will pay you $60,000 instead of $100,000, you're going to make at least 10% more or 10% more on that $60,000 than you would otherwise, because I'm not going to take a cut. But that's acknowledging that sometimes I may need you to take a fight that for less money than you would want. But if I ask you to do that, I'll eat the cost on my end. That's what it said in his agreement. I read it. So for you to tell me, you fucking cornballs, that this guy is now just going to be out there robbing people blind, man, go away, bro. Put your fanhood for Terence Crawford in your pocket, because this guy is not perfect. He's not perfect because we're in a capitalistic world. How perfect can you be? How perfect can you be? These lights cost money. This shit costs money. You have to earn money. We're not in some altruistic and deferential circumstance where anybody can be out there talking about, well, I don't need any money. Because if you don't have any money, if you're not profitable, you don't stay in business. The idea of you laughing at Leonard Ellerbe when Leonard Ellerbe says, look, man, we have to make a profit. We are not going to go and lose money on this. Why? Because they will go out of business. They will go out of business. It's dollars and cents. It's real. All these other dudes that are so when I hear, and I mean this, all y'all dudes, all y'all black folk crapping on Errol on Al Heyman. Bro, I've never met Al Heyman in my life. Never seen him. Don't know what his voice sounds like. None of that. But I know when a guy will cut a deal like this. Hey man, I will give you, this is my threshold, $100,000 for your fight. If you take any fight less than $100,000, I will not take a fee out of that. When has Al Heyman ever frozen anybody out? Name one. Name a fighter for the PBC that deals with Al Heyman that got frozen out. Al Heyman is a guy that saved Erislandy Lara. He's a guy that saved Guillermo Rigondeaux. He's the guy that saved Luis Ortiz. Most of these Cubans would never get a fight without this guy. But you got black people out here lambasting this dude because he will not accept what? Terence Crawford saying he needs approval over experience. Terence Crawford's playing games on this man's name. I don't have to support everything Al Heyman does. Like I said, I've never even met him. But no fighter has ever talked badly about that guy. You got Abner Mares saying, as a Mexican, hey, man, you know, I got treated way better by Al Heyman than I got treated by Oscar De La Hoya. You got people saying, like, hey, man, like, I'll tell you a story. I'm not going to name the fighter. Al Heyman paid a certain fighter $1 million because he lost a fight when he got robbed. $1 million. The fighter was like, where did this extra $1 million come from? Well, Al thought you got robbed. He knew the politics of boxing. You got robbed. Another $1 million hit your bank because you got robbed. I'm not going to say the name of the fighter, but trust me, the guy felt like he got robbed because he went and fought somebody from another country. And Al Heyman gave that dude $1 million because he got robbed and said, hey, man, just sit on it. Don't say anything to the media. Don't say, you know, whatever. And the guy was like, damn, am I part of the mafia or whatever? Who does that to keep their name clean? And the reason I say that is I got a father. And that's my father. And some of y'all know who I really am. Dude, we had a business that was, you know, we earned about $500 million over the course of about 12 years. People still sitting real nice. My mama and daddy still sitting real nice. My dad would tell me all the time, look, man, you got to keep your name intact. You have to have everybody thinking and knowing that you are a reputable person and they can trust you. Don't steal people. Don't steal from people. Don't con people. There are real people out there that understand that that's the root of business. Just like when I have my channel. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit up there and be like, well, yeah, you know, let some dude pay me $10,000 and tell me, oh, that's the easy route. Just say everything I want you to say. Don't worry about your ad revenue. Don't worry about your super chats. I'll pay you straight out of the fight purses, and I'm going to take that shit. No. Why? Because eventually that shit's going to run south. And you can't sleep at night. From what I see from Al Heyman, that dude is a legitimate businessman with a legitimate desire to treat fighters fairly. He still wants to make his money, but he's still treating fighters fairly. So for you guys to be running around off some bullshit, like this dude will not give me approval of all of these expenses, then nigga, you don't even sell pay-per-view. Who are you? I don't see it. And you got all these guys that have been saying, all these press dudes have been saying this guy's been going out of business for how many years is it now, Steph? That they've been saying this man's going out of business?
About 6-7 years now.
6-7 years of this man going out of business. His investors, these dudes lie so much. They said, well, you know, these investors are wanting their money back. Dude, it's an investor. An investor invested in the business. They don't want their money back. It's an investment. It's not a loan. People that loan you money want their money back. People that invest in you want the business to do well because they own a piece of the business. They don't owe you any money. If TBC crashed and burned, Al Heyman would not owe any money to investors. None, because they're an investor. If he goes crash and he may owe money to people that loaned him the money. Because people that loan it say, I want my money back. People that invest say, I want ownership in your business. But yet these guys are sitting there conflating investment with loans. That's what the media does. Just like Mike Crawford just conflated transparency with approval. Dude, we get transparency into how much the money the U.S. government has. We can see that. It's out there on public record because there is Freedom of Information Acts. We can go look and know exactly how much the U.S. government has pulled in taxes. Why? Because we're taxpayers and because the U.S. government, because of the Constitution and all the other rules related to it, whatever they are, has to show us that. That's transparency. But do you actually get to say, stop President Biden. Don't spend that money until I, John Q, taxpayer, says so. No. There's a big difference. And Mike Coppinger and Max Kellerman conflated it or confused you. There's no reason for Bud to have approval over expenses. It's stupid. It's inefficient. Administratively, it causes a lot of headache. No reason to do it. All you got to do is decrease the amount of money that you ask for as a percentage of the net. Decrease that to assume to take into consideration their projected costs, not actual costs, projected costs. You tell me how much you think you're going to spend. Well, we think we're going to spend that. Okay, that's how much you're going to spend. Cool. Subtract that from the gross, and then I will take a percentage of that. I don't need for you to ask me, is it okay to pay this person this amount of money and that amount of money? It's stupid. Nobody does that in the business world. And the only person that would think that would happen is some ignorant fuck that has never actually had to pay somebody in their life. And I'm sorry, this shit is over some of you guys' pay grade, but it is what it is. Al Heyman ain't no thief, bro. You can say that he's personally invested in making sure that Errol Spence Jr. wins the fight. That's true. Because he is Errol Spence's what? Manager. He's his manager. He does not owe Terence Crawford anything because he's not Terence Crawford's manager. It is not his responsibility to negotiate a fair deal for Terence Crawford. That's Bomac's job. And if you are dumb enough to have Bomac negotiate against Al Heyman, that's your fucking problem. Maybe you should fire your local boys from Nebraska. No joke. I mean it. Man. Think about this. This is something these guys act like they keep mentioning Al Heyman's name as if Al Heyman is not that man's manager. That's his manager. You say he's part of the PBC. That's his manager. He works for Errol. He literally works for Errol. His job is to get what he can get for Errol. You're not gonna talk bad about Bomac for getting what Bomac can get for Terence. Bomac is Terence's manager. Al Heyman is Errol Spence Jr.'s manager. They have the same job. So if they're negotiating, it's Bomac versus Al Heyman. Terence, get another manager. You're out of your league. You have your manager, you have your trainer as your manager. Bomac does not have a business degree from Harvard. Bomac has not negotiated multi-million-dollar, the biggest pay-per-view deals that have taken place this century. He's not done that. So why is he your manager? Because you feel like that's your guy? You've been together with him forever? That's cool. Give him an extra percentage of the training fees. But he has no business talking to Al, negotiating with Al Heyman. Al Heyman will look at this dude like, man, who the fuck is this country bumpkin? What is this shit? Oh, you want, in case in point, you want approval of my expenses. Does this dude not know? I mean, no joke. See, I'm giving you some of this shit for free. But if I was in a really negotiating with you, I would think to myself like this, oh man, this guy is crazy. This guy thinks I'm going to give him approval. Why doesn't he just ask me for a percentage of the gross? Why doesn't he just do these? I'll tell you. I'll be like, look, Bomac, just say, hey, man, ask him what your costs to say. Ask him what his cost operations are, Bomac. I mean, Fanon, what does cost operations mean? Well, you know how you have a boxing gym, right? Yeah. What do you pay? Oh, well, I got to pay my rent. I got to pay my electricity. I got to pay the people. I got to buy the gloves. I got to apply the wraps. All that stuff counted up. Okay, I counted it up. That's your cost of operations. That's your cost of operations. Now do this. Ask Al Heyman. Say, look, I want 35% of the gross. However, let my percentage be what you, because you're going to give me 35% of the net, right? I don't want the net because I don't want to ask you where you're spending your money. I just want to make sure that I get, just tell me how much you think you're going to spend. You forecast your costs, don't you, Al? Yeah, we forecast our costs. Okay, so what is your cost forecast for this fight? How much do you think you're going to spend on every fight? Well, we think we're going to spend X. Okay, cool. So do me a favor. Take X that you think you're going to spend, subtract it from the gross, okay? And then I want 35% of that number. So if you go under it, cool, you make money. If you go over it, it doesn't affect me. And there's no reason for me to be asking you for every dime you spend to tell me that I need approval. Me, when I heard Mike Coppinger say that they were asking for approval expenses, I thought these guys are fucking rookies. You are a rookie. You don't even need that shit. What kind of guy, and I mean this wholeheartedly, would go all the way from Errol Spence Jr. publicly saying, I'll give you 60-40 to getting 35. And then on top of that, you go from knowing full well that Yordenis Ugas got $1 million guaranteed in his last fight. How the hell do you go to no guarantee when Ugas got $1 million? You must be talking your way out of money. You must be talking your way out of money. And the reason this fight ain't happening is because these guys are looking at you like this nigga's going to give me everything. Hey, slow down, bro. He's going to be down to 25%. He's going to be down to 25%, and he's gonna have to advance me $100,000 before we get done with these dumb fucks.
Bud is hustling backwards, basically. That's
exactly. You hustling backwards. If all of this shit that they're saying is true, he's hustling backwards. And the reason that the fight is carrying on is because you keep asking, because you keep getting talked out of shit. Maybe the thing is you need to walk away, bud. Maybe you need to walk away, but you can't walk away. Why? Because you ain't got no other fight. This is just common. This is not common sense. I won't insult myself anymore. This is not common sense. It costs maybe about $80,000 of student loan debt. But trust me, this is an indisputable fact. Bud wanted 50-50 on the pay-per-view. He's now down to 35. According to him, according to them. Bud got $6 million guaranteed for his last fight. He's down to nothing. You don't think these guys will exchange you continuing to lose money? Continuing to lose money? Which means what? More money in whose pocket? Theirs. Your $1 million that you didn't get in a guarantee is now $1 million in their pocket. No worries. I'll keep the money. Looks good on my books. That's Steven Espinoza. No worries. It'll look good in my books, dumbass. Drinking and laughing and being like, well, we're at 50%. I mean, dude, that's if you guys think that this number is true. Why, if you continue to give up, if you give up all of that, you eventually going to fight for free. And if you're going to fight for free, why don't I get you to fight at a cost? Why don't I get you to fight at a cost? You think all of this media shit is impressive to me. It's not. I know I'm about to get a fight with your ass, and ain't nothing coming out of my Showtime budget. Al Heyman be looking like, look, bro, just let him keep talking. Let him keep talking, Errol. Don't get mad. Just shush. Don't say nothing else, Errol. Trust me. Don't say nothing else. Just let him keep talking. Because every time they talk, we're going to take some money out of their pockets because they got nowhere else to go. And you think I'm hating on Bud. I'm not. I'm giving Bud, based on what you guys are trying to tell me is true, I'm trying to give the Bud the best advice I can. Bud, walk away from the fight. If you're down to $0, truthfully, down to $0 and 35% pay-per-view, and you are the only thing that you're trying to win is the right to approve their expenses, which you'll never get. Thinking Max Kellerman and all these guys are going to put money in your pocket. Bro, walk away from the fight, bro. Be like, you know what, man? I'm done. I told Errol the same thing. If this dude keeps asking for something, walk away from the fight. But see, again, I'm looking at this like you guys are telling me what you're saying is true. That he literally is getting 0 up front and 35% of the net pay-per-view. Not even the gross, the net. Dude, you're going to make less money than Adrian Bronner versus Omar Figueroa. And you still talking to him? For what? Does that make sense to anybody?
No, I mean, it makes sense, but it makes it seem like, why would Bud put himself in this position?
I have no clue.
I'll answer that. Because he don't want to fight this guy. He just wants the money. That's my opinion. But, I mean, if you don't really act a fool this much, man, I mean, why even bother?
Look,
but
dude,
Errol wants it.
Man. Dude, I'll give you a for real numbers on a real deal that one of the first deals I ever cut. I was working for a company, and we were trying to close a deal with a very, very, very big insurance company. They were going to give us like 100 employees, and they were going to give us basically, let me just say, I'm not going to give you real numbers, $100 an hour for 100 employees. $100 an hour for 100 employees. They are going to work 8 hours, 2,000 hours. Every employee was going to work 2,000 hours a year, right? $2,000 an hour. $100 an hour for those guys. For every employee was $200,000 a year, and they were going to give us 100. Right? What is 100? What is that? That's $20 million a year. As soon as they agreed to $100 an hour and 100 employees, anything that they asked for above that, I said maybe two things. We need 6 months. We need 6 months termination notice of our master service agreement, and we need the right to cure, 30 days right to cure any problem that happens with any employee. After that, I didn't give a fuck what was in their contract. You know why? Because I was dealing with a business that was doing $5 million a year. That was going to immediately go from $5 million a year to $25 million a year.
That's upside.
Not upside. That is an increase of revenue from $5 million a year to $25 million a year. That's $20 million a year. After taxes, it doesn't matter. We would never get that amount of business out of anybody else. The deal was so good that I was like, man, don't negotiate shit else. I'm not arguing with you about nothing else. Sign the contract. Now, what would happen later on? People that came after me would negotiate, try to get every penny that they could get out of them. And what happened? They put them out. They were like, look, bro, I know I just gave you the sweetest deal of your life. What the fuck are you keep nagging me about? I'll find somebody else to give a sweet deal to. And after I left, 3 years later, they were out of business. They were gone, out of there. That's what Bud is looking at. You can have somebody try to negotiate yourself to every single solitary penny you can get. Or you can look the blessing that you have and the opportunity that you have and take it before you try to go too far. That's looking at gift horse. That's simple as shit, like gift horse in the mouth. And I have to believe that's it. You have Errol Spence Jr., who's his gift horse. Y'all think Errol's hating on Bud. Bullshit. And I mean this to every Terence Crawford fan. Errol Spence Jr. is the best thing that has happened to Bud. Because Errol said, I only want to fight you in this mega fight. Do you think Jamal Charlo got that from Canelo? No. What have you done? I don't need to hear nothing about you. I can fight these other guys. I'm going for legacy. Blah, 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 blah. Did Charlo ever have Canelo sitting there talking about, I only want to fight Charlo? No. Does Demetrius Andrade have Canelo Alvarez saying, I only want to fight Demetrius Andrade? No. No. Did Deontay Wilder get Anthony Joshua to say, I only want to fight Deontay Wilder? No. None of these guys got what Errol had, what Terence has, which is Errol saying, I want to fight you. I don't care about all this other stuff. I want to fight you. That when you know that these guys are trying to make fights with each other, they're trying to make money together. If Errol didn't want to fight him and said, I don't care about you, dude, Bud would be done. Bud would be done if Errol said, I don't want to fight you. If Errol said, look, man, Bud is nothing but tomato cans. I don't care about him. He doesn't sell any tickets. I'm trying to fight Canelo. Fight me, Canelo. And he just focused on Canelo. And all the media picked that up. And people were like, well, the fight's never going to happen. The only reason the fight is happening is because Errol is pushing the fight. And Errol is saying, I want Bud. I want Bud. I want Bud. I even looked at a tweet that came out from somebody in Errol's camp that said, oh, man, this is really Bud. These guys just worse for Bud when Bud gets in the ring. Do you know what Canelo would do to Bud? You just want payday. You just want payday. You just want payday. Payday. You just want payday. Or he could do, or Sugar can do, or he can do what Sugar Ray Leonard did to Aaron Pryor. Nah, I don't think I'll ever fight you. Nah, I don't think I'll ever fight you. You talk too much shit. I don't want to fight you. I know the deal. You talk too much shit. I'm keeping my money because I can earn money fighting somebody else. I can get 40,000 people in my stadium. I already know I can do 300,000 pay-per-view. I can do that without you. What are you going to do? Bob Arum doesn't even want to resign you. Eddie Hearn doesn't even want to resign you. But yet you have all of these, all of Terence Crawford's camp attacking Errol. But note what they've done lately. They've kept Errol's name out of their mouth. They've been like, well, Errol really wants it, but it's the rest of his team that doesn't want it. Trying to keep it off Errol. Errol's the only reason this dude is relevant. Errol don't need him. No joke. He doesn't need him. He's already on pay-per-view. He's already selling out 40,000 seats. If he wanted to wait for Josh Taylor to move up and wait, he could do it and milk it. Or he could say, oh, well, Al, take me over there to the zone, and the zone will pay. The zone will pay that dude $10 million a fight just for going to the zone. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. That if he said, oh, I'm going to go sign with Eddie Hearn, give me $10 million a fight, that Eddie Hearn wouldn't give it to him. Eddie Hearn would give it to him in a minute just so he can set up fights in Dallas Stadium with that man. You guys shit on Errol Spence Jr., and the truth of the matter is Errol Spence Jr. is Terence Crawford's best friend. But yet you acting like he's a duck, he's this, he's that. No, he's not. He's a guy that is literally trying to fight Terence and will not get his mind off not fighting him. What is he doing to Keith Thurman? Keith, fuck you, Keith. I'm never going to fight you. You'll never eat off me. Am I lying? No, I'm not lying. He could do Thurman. All Errol got to do is say, you know what? Fuck you, bud. I'm fighting Keith Thurman. That's all he got to do to you. It's it. Al, I don't want to fight him. I'm fighting Keith Thurman. Fuck it. Keith Thurman's a multiple division champion. I'm going to fight Keith Thurman. He talks a lot of shit. He does all that. I'll beat up Keith Thurman. No worries. Give me a man of standing answers and give me Keith Thurman. After that, I'll fight Boots. Let Bud fight Boots. Let Bud fight Boots. Let Bud fight Boots. Somebody Bud don't want to fight. Let Bud fight Boots. Or go ahead and let Bud go fight Jermell. Let him go. I'll fight him after he fights Jermell. After he gets if he's lucky enough to win, this nigga's got concussions from this killer. Go ahead and fight. Go ahead. You talking a lot of shit. Go fight Charlo. Go fight him. Charlo's gonna try to kill you. And you know it. Charlo's gonna try to kill you. Kill you. You think that's all easy money over there with Charlo? Go fight Charlo. Good luck. If you got 0 up front and 35% of the pay-per-view for me, what you think you're going to get with Charlo? Man, I
think at the WBO for that one, I think it's 75-25 split if it's a mandatory, you know what I mean?
They're not even going to mandate it, bro.
Right. I mean, let's be real. You know how, first of all, he has Tim Tszyu in January, right?
February, something like that.
Right. So that means Charlo wouldn't, I mean, technically, he wouldn't even get to fight Charlo until like the summer.
Mid part of next year, bro.
And now you're talking about what? Hold on. Then you got Fundura, who has the interim belt for whatever division that is. He has so Bud may have to
go fight Fundura's ass.
And people forgetting that.
Ain't nobody fighting that
go fight
6'6".
The IBF.
No.
The IBF too. His IBF mandatory is due too. And they was finna get in. I believe that Tim Tszyu and the IBF mandatory for Jermell Charlo scrap. They was getting into it back and forth legally, and they got it settled or whatever. But that's up. So
yeah,
the Russian case.
Jermell has I think he has what's his name, Carlos Adames. I think it might be Carlos Adames.
So.
Yeah, bro.
He'll be waiting like 2 years.
Right. Yeah, you're right. He'll be waiting for a minute.
Hey, Zenith36 said, "Where's my budget approval for 9?" Exactly, bro. Budget approval. And he said, "Fellas, thanks for the free game tonight." Hey, man, it's all day, man. It's fun. But look, hey, y'all, give me y'all closing comments, bro. We've been on here for 4 hours. It's been a lot of fun.
I appreciate it, man. Oh,
let me get Jeff Campbell real quick though. He said, "Is Bud a bean counter?" Dude, let me tell you something, man. I'm going to say this again, bro. You guys can talk all that ducking and all that stuff you want. I'm just trying to give you honest, for real, my opinion, which is this. This man, as a fact of the matter, went from going and saying he wanted 50% or nothing to no guarantee and 35% of the net, which means he's closer to 30% of the gross. If he's telling the truth. If he is telling the truth, this dude has negotiated himself out of millions and millions and millions of dollars. If it's the truth. Because if he just would have agreed to it straightforward, he could have done this. Hey, Al, I'll sign a 3-fight deal with you. I'll sign a 3-fight deal with you, Al. 3-fight deal. I'll fight this guy, and then I'll fight Errol, which would have been what? $3 million, $3 million. Say you paid him $3 million, $3 million, $3 million, and then I'll take 60-40 against Errol. And then 60-40, not 30, 60-40, and give me a $3 million guarantee. That's fair. $3 million guarantee. How about 2? All right, $2 million guarantee. So give me a $2 million guarantee, 40% of the net, and then 2 other fights before that. That guy could have pulled in $10 million, $12 million before he walked in the ring with Errol. But now he's literally talking about 35% of the gross, not the net, of the net, not the gross, which isn't 60-30, which isn't 60-60, which isn't 70, 65-35. It is what? Probably 70-30. So he negotiated himself into 70-30 on the net and no upfront money and no. If they're telling the truth.
For now, I got a question. How is he going to get 30% on the net? But Spence is getting, what is Spence getting? Because it's 70% of what?
Dude, if he gets 30%, 35% of the net, then Errol's team is getting 65% of the net after the costs.
But why would Errol want to accept 65% of the net when wouldn't that be cutting his?
He hasn't come out and said anything about that though, Mr. Young.
Let's just act like it's true.
Okay.
Let's just act like it's true. So we don't have to argue with people saying, who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe Bud? Are you going to believe this nigga? You believe that nigga? Dude, I don't believe none of them. But whatever. If you want to admit that this dude was dumb enough to negotiate himself downward, maybe you should stop talking. Maybe you should stop talking. If you've gone from where you started to where you are, maybe you should stop talking. Because the more you give up, the more they're going to ask for. Why not? Would you? If somebody was like, if every time you said, hey, I want $100 for this. Well, I don't know. I'll give it to you. Well, never mind. Give me 110. Well, I don't know, but okay, I'll give you 110. Nah, give me 130. Well, I don't know. Yeah, okay, I'll give you 130. You do that shit all the way as you get to $1 zillion. When in the world are you going to stop? When would you stop? If you knew every single time you said something to somebody, they were going to give you more money. You wouldn't. You keep going and going and going and going and going. Going and going and going and going. So if what they're saying is true, and he's really down to 0% up front and 35% of the net, and again, bro, I know y'all don't be doing this, but let me tell you what that means. You're going to have 10% costs. So you're asking for 35% of 90%. Not 35% of the 100%, 35% of 90%. Which means you're not getting 30. That equates to roughly less than 30% of the gross. Those numbers are associated. If it's going to cost you $100, how much does it cost you to make the $100? Well, it's going to cost me $10 to make the $100. Well, I want 35% of that 90. Well, 35% of the 90 is what? That is 35 is a lower percent of 90 than it is of 100. If you could get 50%, you could get 30% of the gross. That's higher than 35% of the net, you dumbass. So to me, I say fire your negotiator immediately. Errol said, I'd give you 40% of the 40%. How did you get to 35 of the net? How did you get there? They saw a sucker across the table. You know the saying, see a sucker, take a sucker. See a sucker, take a sucker. See a fool, take a fool. You must have fools negotiating for you. And let me tell you, if you ask for too much, you're a fool. You are. If somebody offers you $100, hey, Steph, see those headphones on your head? I'll give you $1,000 for those headphones. Would you be dumb enough to ask me for 1,010?
No, sir. Oh boy.
Would you?
No.
And immediately, nigga, take these.
Right?
Before you figure out that these are worth what? 60 at the top, and they're used? So there's 60 used? You offering me for 1,000? You kidding me? Give me the 1,000. But the more you talk to me, you don't think this guy, if I offer him $1,000 for those headphones, you don't think I know I'm overpaying? Why would I give Steph $1,000 for his headphones? Because I want to give Steph $1,000. That's it. Because I want the headphones, but I want to give you $1,000. Just like John Boy. This dude ain't got to super chat me. He don't have to super chat me. So what this guy says, and I'm giving you real life examples in your face. When he says, don't read my comment, I'm just giving you another $5, Fanon. Man, please, I'm reading your comment, bro. Because you don't have to give me anything. And I know this. You don't have to give me a like. You don't have to do any of this. Thank you. I'm reading your comment even if you don't want it. Bud has somebody that is literally asking for a fight for him. Said he would give him 60-40, but somehow y'all negotiated your way down to 35. And you're blaming Errol for it. Guess what? I'll take the blame. Now watch this. Hey, Steph.
Yes.
If I asked you for $1,000, I asked you for $1,000 for that, right?
Mm.
And then you tell me, now I'll take 1,100. I need 1,100. I said, okay. And he said, I need 12. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Mm.
Dude, are you get my point.
All right.
Man, please, you guys, all you amateur ass negotiators, understand this. You need to go find Bomac tomorrow and go complain to Bomac about that shit. Whoever it is that got this dude into a zero upfront deal with 35%, you need to go find him and say, bro, I don't know exactly why I have you even talking for me. Because I'll tell you what I would have said. I would have said this. Look, bro, you know Errol does his fights generate about $20 million and yours generate about $5 million. He's at 20 million, you're at 5. 5. What percentage of 5 of 20? Right?
All right.
20%? Is that right? 5 times 4. What is that? 5 times?
Yep. Yeah.
Like roughly
20%.
Yeah. So that's 20%, bro. Your gates are roughly 20% of his gates. Your pay-per-view is roughly 20% of his pay-per-view, and he offered you 40. That's twice what your numbers say.
Gosh, what a nice guy.
You should take that. Why should I take it? I don't want to make less money than he does. I'm the dude. You know your belts cost money, right? Like, dude, all that facade shit, nobody cares about it. Like, just honestly, they don't care about the belts. They put belts out there to sucker people out of money. None of these guys care about belts. They don't. They don't care about your belts. They don't care how your pound for pound ranking. That's all manufactured. Your ESPN ranking is related to shit they don't care about. So it doesn't matter what your pay-per-views are. It doesn't matter what your championships. It does not matter how many belts. It doesn't matter if you get in the Hall of Fame. None of that matters to them. You can't eat off the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame doesn't pay a salary. The sanction belts cost money. They don't earn money. They cost money. No, bro. If they offer you 40% and $1 million up front or $2 million up front, you need to take it. Because quite honestly, that's a good deal. But you got a negotiator that talked you down from that to nothing up front and 35% of the net. Maybe you should start looking at Bud's negotiator and stop looking at Al, because Al's doing his job. Al's job as the manager of Errol Spence Jr. is to get as much money as he can for Errol Spence Jr. That's his job. And if you're going to keep giving it away, they're going to keep taking it. No joke. So blame Bomac. And if you want to blame Bomac, blame Bud for having his trainer negotiate with a guy like Al Heyman. I wouldn't negotiate with Al Heyman. And I mean it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would immediately be like, look, man, who am I negotiating with Al Heyman? All right, man, who's Don King's number one lawyer? I meant it, and I mean this. That's what I would do. I would say, we're in a negotiation with Al Heyman. Okay, how do we get this right? Who is Bob Aaron? Who is Don King's contract attorney? Because that's the only guy that I know that can create deals that are so fucking complex. This dude literally was paying people out of stock options. Stock options. He paid Mike Tyson off stock options. This is what they did. They were like, hey, yeah, Mike, Don King. And I'm telling you, man, Don King, I read that shit, dude. I'm telling you, I was in law school. I've read a lot. I've written contracts. Dude, this shit took me 3 days to read that fucking contract between Mike Tyson and Don King. 3 days. And I was like, what the fuck is he doing here? What is this? What are you? And after like really studying it, I came around to this. Don King struck a deal with a casino where the casino fronted money to Don King. And Don King paid Mike Tyson in stocks for the hotel. So Don took the money. He got paid in stock, which means if what the stock value is of the hotel, of that casino, if it goes up or down, that's how much he gets paid. That's the value of the stock. But you still have to actually sell the stock to get paid. Meanwhile, Bob Arum took the advance and paid Mike Tyson all the advance money. That's not Don King thinking of that shit. I mean it. That's not Don King thinking of that shit. That is a fucking very well educated, hardcore ass, don't give a fuck about you ass lawyer drilling you to the fucking ground on every fucking penny. Because you know what Mike Tyson wound up earning off of that? Nothing. These guys are playing and going to give you approval of expenses. Dude, you're a cornball. You're a fucking cornball. You're asking for approval of expenses. You're a cornball. You blame Bud for his poor negotiation tactics in overdoing it, if it's true. Personally, I don't think it's true. Personally, it's true. Because some people won't do that to you because they don't want that reputation. His reputation is being fair to boxers. He doesn't want somebody screaming around acting like he robbed you. But you are going to make it look like he robbed you. So if you're going to do that, he might as well do it, bro. Trump, Atlantic City, he said, why are y'all still cooking? Oh, yeah. I've been going. Does that make sense to y'all?
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
Anyway, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. But that's for Ishe Smith, who's out there talking shit about me.
Oh, man.
Ishe Smith was like, well, what deals y'all done negotiated with, bro? No jokes. Dude, this ain't even complicated.
You know what, Falon, actually? He just don't know who you are. That's all.
Nah, yeah, whatever it is, bro. I was
Don't
like,
know
wow,
who you
bro.
are, brother.
I was like, wow, bro. No joke, bro. If it is, and I'm gonna end on this again and to get everybody, amen. And my man, my dude left.
Was that YB? You talking about YB?
Yeah, he left, huh?
Yeah. He probably went live and was like, yo, man, I just got put on some game.
Yeah.
Like
Dude, here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. For anybody listening, and if you go from buying a car where the cost of the car is $10,000, and then when your negotiator winds up at the end of it, it winds up costing you $50,000. The problem is not the dealer. The problem is that this guy that you're talking to must be getting a side contract with that dealer. The only way that I could justify going from 60-40 to 35% of the net, which is going from 40% to 30% of the gross, losing 10% on the pay-per-view, and all of your upfront money, is that the guy you're working from is either incompetent or on the other team's payroll. That's the only way you could go to that and be like, man, I accepted everything I could possibly accept. Man, I did everything to get this fight. Maybe the dude's ripping you off, bro. You ever think your team's ripping you off? Maybe. Or they're incompetent. One or the other, bro. I don't think any of y'all can debate with me on that. No joke. Anyway, last words, bro. We can roll off here, man. Thank y'all so much for y'all support today, bro. Sorry for taking over the chat, bro.
Nah. You gotta tell the truth and
They
speak it,
need
sir.
to hear that.
What'd you say?
No, I said they
What'd you say,
needed
buddy?
to hear it.
Yeah. I thought you said they didn't even hear it, but he said they needed to hear it. Fanon, he said they needed to hear it.
Yeah, you do need to hear that. How do you go from zero? How do you go from Errol saying, I'll give you 60-40, which is the gross, to 35% of the net and no upfront? How do you get there? How? How do you get there? How do you get a worse deal than Yordanis Ugas got in his last fight? How do you even do that? Unless somebody's negotiating you in the hole. They're negotiating you into the ground. Fire your negotiator, bro. And stop leaking shit and calling people slave masters, bro. Because these guys may be like, oh, I'm a slave master. Okay, I'll show you, bro. I'll show you what a slave master I am. And some people's mentality is like that. Oh, okay. If you're going to accuse me of it, I might as well do it. Al Heyman's job is to get money for Errol, not for Bud. That's his job. And if you are going to compete with Al Heyman, bro, maybe you shouldn't spend your money suing Bob. Maybe you should go ahead and get one of those Harvard negotiators to sit down and talk for you and pay him their money. And not your boy, not your trainer. How's your trainer going to be negotiating your deals? All he knows jabs and crosses. He knows jabs and crosses. Seems like you're doing a piss poor job, bro. Anyway, bro. Adrian said, Fanon, I have a lot of them. I can't wait to be on the super chat. I'm grinding every day, but including Blue Duck Sucker Spig. Yeah. And my man, two more and I'll get out of here, man, because I dominated this. I'm sorry, bro. Seriously, man. I love listening to y'all's comments, man. I really do. Milo's B say, I disagree that Bud is to blame. He accepted 35, which is not even fair, plus no guarantee. The very least he's owed is to know exactly how much he's making and oversight. No, you do not get oversight of expenses. Oversight of expenses is not reasonable because it's an administrative headache. And it will actually increase the costs of your fight. To have an unnecessary person in there telling you what you can spend your money on when they don't have any idea about whether or not I'm not even going to get into that. That's bullshit. He doesn't need that. All he needs to say is pay me out of the gross. Decrease your amount that you're paying. Decrease the amount of the gross that I would get paid out of the gross by your expected expenses. That's easy. It's not even tough. Zenith 360 said, thank you, Fanon. Always wondered why Bud leaving would pay out because don't Bomag have an independent deal with Top Rank? Isn't that a conflict of interest? He told Bud not to sign for Pacquiao. Of course, Bomag shit's a conflict of interest. Of course it is. He's a manager that has another job who gets paid for fighters getting given to him by Top Rank. That is on its face a conflict of interest. If you're that man's manager and you're negotiating with Bob Arum when Bob Arum is giving him fighters, yes, that is the reason why you separation. That's the reason for the Muhammad Ali Act. If you have a promoter, if your manager relies on, that's the Mickey Bay story. Quiet as kept. That's the Mickey Bay story. Mickey Bay. I'll leave Mickey Bay out of this, but that's a Mickey Bay story. Damn. If you have a manager that, dude, I'll tell you because you think I'm such a PBC lover, whatever that means. To me, that means nigger lover, but whatever. I'll be a nigger lover first. I'll take a second off of being a nigger lover because that's what you mean to saying this. Dewan, whatever his name is, I don't know where his name is, but he was the manager of Mickey Bay. He is also, and Floyd Mayweather Jr. was his promoter. Mickey Bay is the cousin of Floyd Mayweather. I mean, this guy Dewan was the cousin of Floyd Mayweather Jr. and represented every fighter that was managed by the PBC. That is a conflict of interest because everybody that he signs, he's getting from Floyd. So if he doesn't do something Floyd wants, he knows that he can lose the other fighters that Floyd has given him. Easy. Yes, that's a conflict of interest. If Bob Arum is giving Bomac multiple fighters, like what's his name? Maurice Hooker, and what's the other guy's name? Keyshawn Davis, and all these other guys, and Bomac is getting paid off of that. And Bomac is the manager of Terence and representing Terence to contract dealings with Bob. That's a conflict of interest. Right off the bat, unless Bud is getting paid off of what Bob negotiates with Bomac. So if Bomac is training
Keyshawn.
What's the guy's name? Keyshawn, but Bud is getting a portion of the money, or he's fully aware of any contractual negotiations, he can waive that conflict of interest because he's aware of it.
Yeah, that makes sense because Bud seems real interested in those kids. Like he's real involved.
Well, E-Money, the B&B boxing promotions, Bud and Bomac. That's what they do.
I forgot that is Bob and Bomac.
Yeah,
So Bud and Bomac. So yeah, they're getting their thing, bro. He's gonna wind up going back to the top rank, bro. That's what I think. Because once Steven, what's the guy's name? Max Kellerman. Once Max Kellerman started getting all over, to me, what it seemed like was they're like, okay, Bud has got a lot of buzz now because of this Spence fight. We can probably sell him against another guy because he's been getting so much buzz.
Josh Taylor.
Yeah, Josh Taylor or whoever. So let's break up this fight.
Josh Taylor.
Yeah, so let's break up this fight and bring Bud back. Now that Bud has got all this positive promotion around Errol, we can blame Errol for ducking Bud, and then everybody will watch Bud fights. But at the end of the day, that's just not going to work because
that's probably why Josh Taylor held on to the last piece of the puzzle. He still
WBO.
got that WBO belt, but he dropped everything else. Why?
Because he's a WBO super champion, and he can move up and fight for the WBO belt at 147 that Bud has.
Exactly.
That's it. All right, y'all. We out, man. 4.5 hours, brother. It was a lot of fun, man. Thank y'all so much. But you know where we're going to be tomorrow morning, right?
Oh, you already know. You already know. Let's get this work
tomorrow morning, bro. All right, y'all. Deuces. And Adrian Molina, for sure. We get with you tomorrow, man. Deuces.